Patient. Next page. ये तो एक्चुअली 1 आवर का है, लेकिन अपने मैं वेलकम एड्रेस भेजता हूँ फिर
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I would request to kindly begin the recitation of Holy Quran followed by the national anthem. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان. الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان. والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان. صدق الله العظيم.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. On behalf of the Drug Regulatory Authority of Pakistan and OIC Comstech, it is my great pleasure to welcome all distinguished guests, respected speakers, representatives from government institutions, academia, industry, healthcare organizations, traditional medicine practitioners, development partners, and participants to this two-day exhibition and seminar on research, processing, and product development of herbal medicines. We are particularly honored by the presence of our chief guest, Honorable Federal Minister for National Health Services, Regulations and Coordination, Mr. Syed Mustafa Kamal, and guest of honor Usman Shaukat and Professor Iqbal Chaudhry Saab. We are also privileged to welcome the leadership of GRAP, comstech, and distinguished researchers, industry leaders, and experts from across Pakistan. This seminar provides a valuable platform to discuss research, quality assurance, evidence generation, product development, regulatory harmonization, and integration of herbal medicines into healthcare systems. Over the next 2 days, we hope to foster meaningful dialogue and identify practical pathways for strengthening this important sector. Without taking much of your time, let us proceed with the formal program. An honor to welcome a globally renowned scientist, Professor Dr. Mohammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General OIC Comstech, a scholar, a leader who has made remarkable contributions to scientific research and cooperation across the OIC member states. Sir, may I request you to kindly deliver your welcome address? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. My dear brother, Excellency, the Minister of Health, Federal Minister of Health, Pakistan, Syed Mustafa Kamal, members of the DICE party, most importantly, our very prominent Excellencies, Ambassador of Yemen, representative of Malaysian Embassy, and we also have Excellency the Ambassador of Azerbaijan. We have with us my dear brother, the Ambassador of Royal Thai Embassy, Ambassador of Mauritius, Ambassador of Sudan, Ambassador, Deputy Head of Mission of Russia, Ambassador of Palestine, most importantly, my dear sister, Professor Dr. Huda, the Deputy Minister of Telecommunication from the State of Palestine, representative focal person of Somalia, representatives of different missions, and the experts, vice chancellors, rectors. You see, this is a very important event. It is the idea of our Honorable Minister. As we met the last time, he said, I want to promote herbal medicine. And he said that I would like to have that system of medicine fully integrated into national healthcare system. He also used the word prevention rather than treatment and cure. He often say that the current system of healthcare in countries like ours, not only in Pakistan, but also in the OIC countries, is primarily a sick care. And I keep repeating it everywhere. Where I was in China, I repeated this there as well. So this is primarily based on patients and treatment. We often tend to forget that prevention is certainly better than cure. And this is exactly what we intend to achieve today by bringing a message that traditional healing practices combined with scientific evidences can complement modern medicine rather than compete with modern medicine. It's a very important message that because no system of medicine is capable of treating all diseases which humans face today. But of course, together they can complement, augment, and strengthen the system, which can be patient-centered, people-centered, rather than system of medicine which is based on the kind of medicine which are available or the kind of practices which you would like to have. So eventually, at the end of the day, patients are more important. I wish to remind you that long time ago, 460 BC, there was a Roman scholar. His name was Hippocrates. Even today, we have Hippocrates oath, which every doctor has to accept. And he brought the medicine out of superstition. Before that, illness was the curse of God. Before that, illness was magic. Before that, diseases were because of any unnatural cause. He said diseases are natural and they can be treated by natural processes. He developed these ethical practices. He developed the very foundation of most of the traditional system of medicine, which we collectively call Unani system of medicine, Greco-Arab system of medicine, Persian medicine, Arab medicine, Islamic medicine. They all together based on this Hippocrates principle, which was later strengthened by Galen, and most importantly was translated, converted into a more advanced, scientific, practice-based, ethically sound system by Ibn Sina. The canon of medicine, the Qanun fil Tibb was the most important outcome of this great scholarly work. And then Arab and Muslim scholars have actually culminated that system of medicine into a very advanced system of medicine. Now, that system, which we call today a traditional system of medicine, which is practiced today according to the World Health Organization, is used by 470 million people all around the world, including countries like Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and many Arab countries, including Saudi Arabia and others, also in many Western countries. These system medicines are extremely important, whether they are traditional Chinese medicine or traditional Unani medicine or Ayurveda, they are very, very important because they augment and supplement the current existing system of medicine, which is deficient because of majority of. I would like to welcome my dear brother, Ambassador of Jordan, please. So happy to see so many ambassadors, head of missions. And if you look into it, this is a paradigm shift. There is a greater understanding of the role of traditional system of medicine into our healthcare. We have really gone far ahead of the fundamental reductionist approach. The biomedicine, the modern medicine, is based on reductionist approach. A disease is because of a small malfunction in your enzyme system or hormone or tissue. This is not the case. Human body is much more complex than biochemistry, which we often try to decipher. Human body is not a car, which you just replace one component with a better one, and you have a running machine. It's absolutely not the case. Physical illnesses are just a small component of a wholesome wellness of human being. That requires more of, apart from physical illnesses, we also need to treat people for their social, psychological, neurological, psychological, a whole range of different things. A person is only healthy when he or she is healthy in all aspects of it. We today in modern medicine emphasize on physical illnesses and not on their cure, only on the treatment. Only two groups of diseases which can be cured by modern medicine. Infections, because luckily nature has provided us antibiotics. And of course, different kind of surgical intervention. If anything goes wrong and if you can cut that piece out of it, that's it, finish. Other than that, 90% of the diseases are only managed and treated, not cured. There is a difference between cure and treatment. Today, we only manage. When we go to hospital, And when we come out of a hospital, we only learn how to live with that disease for the rest of our life. And this is by design, not by default. Only 10.5% of our global spending is on preventive research. Research which can prevent disease to occur. 90% of the research funding goes to treatment because prevention is less profitable. It doesn't make financial feasible sense, and they don't want to invest in it. So if pharmaceutical sector is based on this fundamental flaw that you should not really invest into prevention. Rather, you just keep treating people for the rest of their life and try to manage it. And this is exactly what WHO has recognized. Being served as an advisor to WHO, I know exactly what they are now looking for. They are looking for integrated, traditional, complementary, alternative medicine fully and seamlessly into national healthcare systems. This is exactly the vision of our minister. We wish to see traditional system of medicine integrated. So for instance, if you go to China, and sir, I was in China, and people refer to your wonderful visit. There were so many of slides of your visit to different places. If you go to China with 30 full-fledged TCM universities, with millions of inpatient beds, 1.6 billion outpatients, and 8 billion USD in the research of TCM, they have really made so much of sensible decision. If there is an acute disease, if there is a trauma, if there is something in which you need surgery, if there is something in which you need intensive care, you go to Western medicine. And if someone is suffering from a chronic pain or a condition which requires a long-term management or treatment, or fatigue or neurological diseases, you go to traditional Chinese medicine. They have integrated everything together. So it becomes a patient-centered system rather than a system-centered system. This is exactly what we need to achieve. This is the vision of our minister. I'd like to convey that now, according to traditional medicine policy of WHO 2035, every member state is bound to incorporate traditional system medicine into their healthcare system seamlessly. So everyone who is suffering get the best what is available. The human wisdom which is required to treat a disease should be available regardless of who made it and what is the origin of it. However, having said that, it's extremely important that we upgrade traditional system medicine with evidence. We need to make sure that it is safe, it is effective, it is consistent, it is evidence-based, is supported by clinical evidences. Only then you can incorporate that into the national healthcare system. Only false claims, perception of nature being safe, perception that nature is effective is inherently wrong. Most of the poisonous substances come from nature. They are not necessarily effective. They can be expensive, non-accessible. Only evidence-based, effective, safe medicine can be integrated into the system. And this is exactly what we would like to discuss today and tomorrow, how to incorporate research into the system, which is age-old, but requires evidence. This is the system which can only survive if it is evidence-based. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iqbal. Now, our next distinguished speaker is Dr. Ubaidullah, CEO, DRAP. Dr. Ubaidullah has played an important role in strengthening Pakistan's regulatory system and advancing initiatives related to quality, safety, and accessibility of healthcare products. Sir, we look forward to your valuable thoughts on the role of alternative medicines within the healthcare system.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Respectable Mustafa Kamal Saab, Iqbal Chaudhry Saab, Excellency, Ambassadors, my dear colleagues, Assalamu alaikum, a very good morning. In fact, it's great honor and privilege for the Drug Regulatory Authority of Pakistan to jointly host a very important topic that is the research, processing, and product development of herbal medicine, and very importantly, integrating traditional healing practices into national healthcare system. We all understand and we all believe that in this part of the world where we live, traditional and complementary medicines and alternative medicines are one of very important tool of therapeutic good for the treatment, and specifically when we talk about our rural areas. But due to one reason or another reasons, till this time, these complementary medicines are still being transferred from one person to another person on the basis of conventional knowledge, or from one person to another person, from father to son, and still it lacks some clinical evidence-based data so that we can transform these complementary medicine to our from conventional system to the current healthcare system. So what I believe and what Drug Regulatory Authority believes, that it is the time, rather we can say we are a bit late, that we can transform this our system to an evidence-based clinical system where we can have some tangible results, where we can say that due to all these scientific evidences, we can use these complementary alternate medicines in current healthcare system. So how we can do this? Definitely, we can't proceed further without having some concrete regulatory approval of the clinical research and approval of the product. So I will not take much time. I will only focus on the regulatory perspective of the alternate medicine in healthcare system in Pakistan. So just to share with you that since 2012, Drug Regulatory Authority of Pakistan, when it was established, then alternate medicine, health and OTC product, these are being regulated by DRAP. Before these, there was no regulation, there was no legislation in the country, and all these conventional medicines were being in practice as it was before. But since 2012, now these are regulated. And when we talk about the alternate medicine, health and OTC product, these cover Unani medicine, these cover homeopathic, these are the alternate medicine, these are the traditional Chinese medicine, these are the nutritional supplement and so forth. So for the purpose of indigenous manufacturing in Pakistan or for the purpose of import, we have a structured system, regulatory system in Pakistan, which starts from the licensing, inspection, registration, quality surveillance, and pharmacovigilance. So we need to work on this one. Right now, if we see that if it is a complete regulatory landscape of all the pharmaceutical products, but when we talk specifically about the health product, there are about 600 pharmaceutical health products units, and 108,000 products have been enlisted. So legislation right now, which is in the Pakistan, that is the health and alternate medicines. And due to this legislation, these were enacted in 2014. About 20 years have been passed. And right now we have sufficient product in hand where we can say how to proceed further. But what the benefit Pakistan has on other part of the world, in such scenario, Pakistan has rich medicinal biodiversity, as rightly said by Professor Iqbal Chaudhry, that flora and fauna specifically related to the Pakistan of the medical purposes is very strong. Rather, Indo-Pak, Afghanistan, it is very strong flora and fauna. We have centuries of traditional knowledge. Very importantly, for the purpose of this herbal product, academic activity, research capacity in Pakistan is very phenomenal. And these research activities, Pakistan has many institutes where right now, since last decades, we are working on the isolation, characterization, identification, clinical research. So it is one of the feather in our cap. And Alhamdulillah, right now we have matured regulatory framework and cultural heritage. When we talk about the DRAP, definitely DRAP is a national regulatory authority right now, Alhamdulillah, and that we have strategic plan for 5 years. 2026, 2030, and this strategic plan is clearly says about the use of traditional complementary medicine with the message of evidence-based decision making. And right now, these are in draft, we can see that we have various international certification and accreditations as well. Lastly, one week before, we were declared as observer of International Conference on Harmonization, which is very prestigious organization. So we can say that regulatory framework is mature enough to proceed further. And you can see in this slide that all these are the strategic roadmap for the alternative medicine. We have the regulatory framework, we have the online system, we have a very good clinical research infrastructure in Pakistan, supported by the clinical trial oversight and quality compliance and post-marketing surveillance. Now the discussion is that we need to transform our traditional and conventional system of regulation for the health product to all these modern day systems. So what are the opportunities right now in Pakistan that plant-based medicines from the indigenous in natural resources? Again, same point that we have very strong indigenous flora and fauna supported by knowledge base. But what we need, that we need to transform our integration of the traditional formulation to the modern drug delivery system. If we see in Pakistan, there are some companies who are working very good related to these health products, who have transformed themselves from the conventional herbal dawakhana to modern day dosage form development companies of regulation, and who are exporting to many countries, to the Russian states, to the some of the ASEAN countries and some of the African countries. So we have these industry is now progressing, and we have extensive manufacturing infrastructure as well. Importantly, that what is needed? The need of the day is the evidence-based decision making. This evidence decision making is not possible without doing some sort of clinical research. So where the trap is right now progressing and focusing that all these medicines, all these traditional medicines, all these complementary medicines who are being used, if we want to export, if we want to get these medicines into our current healthcare system of today's era, then we need to have some clinical-based, evidence-based data. And for that purpose, right now we are here for 2 days, that how we can transform and converge our own knowledge into data. And it is not only the data, it is the data coupled with the decision making and regulatory approval. So we understand that Pakistan, if we summarize, we have indigenous flora and fauna, we have academic institutions, we have clinical research sites, and we have a regulatory authority. So all the and we have the industry as well. So all the 5 components of an ecosystem are all available, and above all, leadership is very much determined to incorporate all these things, to converge all these things into one platform, and that is to approve all these things on the basis of evidence-based, and to complete to connect all the dots for the availability of these medicines and for the export as well. So thank you very much. And I believe that in coming 2 days, we will learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ubaid. It is now my privilege to invite our chief guest, Honorable Federal Minister for National Health Services, Regulations and Coordination, Mr. Syed Mustafa Kamal. The Honorable Minister has consistently emphasized strengthening healthcare services, innovation, and improved access to quality healthcare for the people of Pakistan. Sir, we are honored by your presence and request you to kindly deliver the keynote address. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي صلى الله عليه وسلم. Very honorable our brother Professor Dr. Herbal Chaudhary Saab, CEO DRAP, Dr. Ubaid Usman Chaukat Saab, President Pindi Chamber of Commerce, our guest here, Deputy Minister from Palestine, very honorable His Excellencies, the ambassadors from different part of the world, professors, doctors, ladies and gentlemen, to everybody, assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. Being a minister, I'm not an expert. I'm a facilitator. I'm an enabler. Whatever you'll do this coming 2 days, whatever you will decide, my job is to bring that whole decision of yours, research of yours, way forward of activities of yours into in action, to include this thing, to converge this thing in our healthcare system of Pakistan. Like experts have spoken before me, the importance of this herbal medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, Unani medicine. We can talk the entire day, and even after that, the efficiency, the advantages, and the need of to include these medicine in our healthcare system. Knowing the importance of these medicine, today we feel, we observe, and we witness that we are lagging behind. The place where these traditional medicine should have, we are far away from there, and reasons are very vivid. Our reasons are very known to everyone. We don't have the clinical trial evidence-based data, because the clinical trials of these medicines have not taken place. There was no law in Pakistan. There was no regulations, criteria in Pakistan. But when I'm talking to you right now, Alhamdulillah, we conceived, we deliberate, we had the brainstorming session, we got the inputs from the experts, and today when we are talking to you in front, talking this thing in front of you, this has been moved forward from Ministry of Health. This legislation process have moved forward from the Ministry of Health to Law Department of Pakistan, Federal Law Department of Pakistan, which is like the way forward. And we hope within few weeks' time, Pakistan will have its first official regulated framework within the draft. So this was one thing which is the job of the government to be done, and we are very cognizant about. Like I said, I'm the facilitator, I'm the enabler, and to be an enabler, you have to have the conviction. You have to convince that enabler to enable it, to facilitate it. When I'm talking in front of you right now, I'm already the converted one. I don't have to be converted. I don't have to go through with experiments to question you whether what you saw, what the experts are talking, whether does it make sense to our system or not. No, I'm already convinced about this thing. That's why it is us, it is the government which is initiating all these efforts, bringing people under one roof, facilitating and working with the private sector, a person like our Iqbal, Dr. Professor Iqbal Chaudhry Saab, just to make that whole process shortest and fastest, and bring that time in Pakistan where these medicines are being used and have been by the people, very in a wide range of people. And it's not just today, when diseases get worse, when Western medicines doesn't work anymore on some patient, then when doctor says, okay, now just take your patients home, and just pray, and just wait for the time when the angels of death come and and take you away, then only the people of this region, they move towards these traditional medicines and all. When there's nothing left, then you're compelled to take something, and then you move towards that. See? So that should not be the case. This should not be the environment. This should not be. We have to change it from. And why I'm saying it today, and again, no offense to the Western medicine, It's not that this conference is not to oppose them. They have the efficacy, they have the need, they are there, but everything has got the challenge, every subject has got the challenge. Everything had got some limitation. Just one liner, and we all know, just to reiterate this whole thing, and people of Pakistan must know that there's something called in our uh, Western medicine called anti microbial resistance debate nowadays. It's very prominent. What is this antimicrobial resistance? This is in a easy way to say, in a simplified manner to say this. It's like when you use those antibiotics, very regularly, frequently, excessively, then your body it creates a resistance towards those medicines, and at the end of the day, that medicine doesn't work on you. So there's a research and in entire world and in Pakistan as well, and here in Pakistan, definitely we don't have a regulation that any antibiotic which is prescribed to you, pharmacy will give you, will provide that medicine only when you have the prescription. No, that's not the case. Anybody can walk into the pharmacy and can get any sort of antibiotic they want to, right? So the result is average patient, which if somebody falls sick here in Pakistan, the average days to recover is 8. 8 days it takes for them to recover. In same disease, if somebody falls sick there in anywhere in the world, it takes 3 days only. Why? Why it takes 8 days in Pakistan? Because those medicine takes long to get effect on that body, because that body has created a resistance against that medicine. So this is what happening. So just imagine the pain which a person goes through, the amount of money, the burden of the healthcare sector. So it's not just we wanted to have this conference for the sake of conference, for the sake of, different speeches. No, we are convinced. We as an enabler, we are convinced this is the way forward. It's all about well-being. It's all about happiness. It's not just about, sick care system of this country. I always mention, we build hospitals, we put doctors there, we bring the paramedicals and machines, and then we wait for the patients to come. In one day, no matter where you open a new hospital, in one day, the very first day, it gets obsoleted. It gets crowded. Because, 250, 60 million now, the new number, 260 million people in our healthcare ecosystem is a factory to produce more and more sick people. But this big population, 6.19 million babies coming every year in Pakistan. With this big population, new addition, we bring, a big population than a New Zealand on every year, and every single passing year we add in our population more than one New Zealand. So with this big size, if smallest percentage of these many people remain sick all the time, how many hospitals government will build then for them? How many hospitals you will build on in the corners of every street? If government of Pakistan and provincial government and the district government start building an hospital for all these many sick people, our hospitals will not be enough, even then. So every research, every knowledgeable person, every evidence, every reasonable, sensible person, group, research says that we have to put our efforts and resources on prevention. We have to allow to that ecosystem which prevent people from falling sick. It's not just, Let the people fall sick and wait for the people to come to the hospital, and then you start your system work. That's a collapse system. That's a disaster, and we are at the verge of disaster right now. So there is a time to move from here. Now, with this, they want today in the Western medicine which we produce, 85% medicines are being produced here in Pakistan. But you know what is the darkest side is? 99% of APIs for those medicines are being imported from different part of the world, and mainly from one country or two countries. 99% for those medicines which we are producing here in Pakistan. We get the raw material, the API from abroad. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars. Now the best part with this traditional and all these medicines, the Unani medicines, we have the local, we have the raw materials available within Pakistan. 90% of the raw materials are here. Even countries are getting and importing from us our raw material, from Pakistan, but the size is very small because we have not marketed it. We didn't use it. So all the evidences say it's the right time to come up with a solution. I would be very happy to see after 2 days that I would be given a clear guidelines that how and what. I do not want to go and trial and error basis kind of situation. No, I wanna see the very clear guidelines after completion at the end of these 2 days conference, that what are the guidelines for the government of Pakistan's health ministry? What are the guidelines for me? What are the things which I need to implement? I need to work on. I need to bring into the system. I promise you that I'm already the converted one. I don't have to go through in a trial and error basis. I believe in it, and we won't be lagging behind even for a second to get this thing implemented, because we are already at the verge and in the process of implementing all these things. Your contribution will play a catalyst role in that process. So with this, Dr. Saab, thank you very much for bringing all those so valuable people under one roof. And I thank you all and for being here. And I wish you all the best, and I look forward to get a very good results. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Pakistan, Zindabad.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your inspiring address. May I now request the Minister Saab to kindly. Yes, ma'am.
So, with the defense for it goes straight out and the first exhibition after
Now I request all guests to proceed for a group picture, visit of stalls, the tea break and networking. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a slight change in program. We'll go for the exhibition. We'll just pass through the exhibition, then we'll have a group photo.
It is a distinct pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Manzoor Ali Buzdar, Director, Health and OTC DRAP, with a distinguished career spanning 25 years in pharmaceutical regulations and public health safety. Mr. Buzdar has extensive experience in regulation of herbal, traditional, and alternative medicines, and will share perspectives on DRAP's regulatory framework for herbal medicine. We welcome you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My presentation is on the topic of regulatory framework for alternative medicines and health products in Pakistan. Pakistan adopted Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 for the regulation of manufacture and sale of drugs after its independence. Subsequently, it was repealed with the Drugs Act 1976. Manufacture and sale of the alternative medicines and health products segment was not regulated under the Drugs Act 1976 and its precedent act. The Drugs Regulatory Authority of Pakistan Act was notified under 18th Constitutional Amendment. The DRAP Act 2012 extended its scope on the subject matters which were not previously regulated under the Drugs Act 1976. Section 4 of the Act empowers the DRAP for licensing and registration of alternative medicines and health products. Subsequently, DRAP, with the approval of federal government, notified alternative medicines and health products enlistment rules 2014. The enlistment rules are intended for allocating temporary manufacturing and marketing authorization till the procedure for manufacturing, license and product registration is finalized and enacted. The salient features of the existing SR 412, which the title of Alternative Medicines and Health Products Enlistment Rules 2014, empowers the enlistment of local manufacturer and importer, enlistment of contract manufacturing, enlistment of indigenous alternative medicines and health products for traditional use, nutritional or structural function claims. At the same time, enlistment of indigenous alternative medicines or health products for therapeutic purpose or disease reduction claims, issuance of GMP and warranty. Under the DRAP Act, alternative medicines are defined, which means a product used exclusively in homeopathic, Unani, Ayurvedic, biochemic, Chinese, or other traditional system of treatment. And broadly, alternative medicines are elaborated in under the rules as the indigenous Unani medicines, imported medicinal products, homeopathic medicines, herbal preparations, herbal substances, proprietary medicines, herbal medicine products, and phytomedicines. The DRAP Act defines the health products as probiotics, disinfectants, nutritional products, food supplements, baby milk food, and medicated cosmetics. The reason behind this definition is that this division now is looking after two subject matters. One is alternative medicine and other is health products. And both are defined under the DRAP Act. And the same has the mandate from the DRAP Act. Under the scheme, the form which regulates is under the rules is provided in the enlistment rules. Form 1 is for the application for a manufacturer which wanted to import a medicine. For the sake of clarity, if you allow me, let me display this Form 1. Yeah, this is a Form 1. If anybody wanted to manufacture a product or wanted an application for contract manufacturing, he has to file an application on Form 1. For this purpose, he has to provide some administrative and some technical information as provided in the Form 1. Form 2 is for the importers, which is which also contains two parts. One is the technical part and the one is the administrative part. The technical part, which is important for the importers, is that they need to submit a GMP certificate, last inspection report from the country of origin, and the free sales certificate. The rest of the information is pertaining to products which they intend to import into Pakistan under the agreement with the exporter abroad. Form 3 is provided for the application for local manufacture for general public claim. If anybody wanted to import into Pakistan or wanted to manufacture product locally, he has to file an application on Form 3. And Form 3, which provides the detail of the application with all the requirements, technical as well as administrative. Similarly, Form 4 is structured for medicinal claims. As of today, we don't have received any single application on this form because it wants some scientific information for the applicants to submit for the enlistment of their products into Pakistan. Form 4 is for the enlistment of the product for the import or any disease claim. If anybody wanted to import it to Pakistan, he has to file an application on Form 5. Or if anybody has invented a new product, he has to submit his application on Form 5 as per the existing scheme of the rules. Sorry. Similarly, Form 6 is designed for the as a license for import as well as for local manufacture, which provides the address of the premises, enlistment number, and the name of the company or the firm which is eligible to for this enlistment. Similarly, Form 7 is the form for enlistment of the product, and Form 8, the form it is for contract manufacturing. Limitations. Under the existing rules, we have certain limitations which we cannot cover or which we are not covering at the moment. For example, we don't have license manufacturing of imported. We don't have licensing for herbal extract. We don't have licensing for experimental purpose. We don't have renewal for importers and manufacturers. We don't have registration of products. We don't have a renewal of products. We don't have any labeling requirements, and we don't have any. This is no express provision is provided under the existing enlistment rules for post licensing and registration variations, and like the technical staff for approval, which are supervising or which are regulating the quality control in the manufacturing units. At present, we have about 595 local manufacturers and 972 as importers, and more than 1 lakh brands registered enlisted. As the minister has said, now because the existing rules only covers the enlistment, which is a temporary arrangement. Now we are going for the new rules which we have drafted and we have submitted for the for vetting to the Lord Division and then approval of the federal government. The new scheme of the rule covers nine chapters, 34 forms, and 3 schedules. Chapter 1 covers the definitions as usual, and Chapter 2 covers the licensing procedure. And here in the proposed rules, we have proposed 4 types of licenses. 1 license for the bulk extract, mother tincture, and isolate. The number 2 license is for by way of formulation, and 3rd license is for finished product, and number D or 4 that is for experimental purpose. The mindset behind the experimental purpose is that at this moment, our universities are doing very good research in their institutions, but their research is not being utilized for commercial purposes. To bring them into the arena of this ambit of these rules, when they will get licensed under the experimental license, and they will go for clinical trials and clinical studies, and then they come for registration of the products as well. This will open a new arena, a new forum for our new generation to make a research into the market for their commercial purposes. For the existing for establishment of a license, we have Form 1 for the local manufacturer. This covers the local manufacturers. This form requires for the site suitability, layout plan approval, and licensing procedures. If any plot is existing in a industrial area, there is no need to for site verification from any officer. Just it will be dispensed with, and the layout process will be carried out. If the plot of the industrial proposed unit is lying in any unclassified area, then officers from that prospective area will be nominated for the verification of that suitability of the plot, and then layout plan process will be carried out. This scheme is basically proposed in the new rules, which we are going to, we are hopeful in 1 or in 2 months, we will be able to get it notified and will be in place of existing procedures. Form 2 is application for grant as well as for renewal of import product. Likewise, as I have showed the previous forms, I don't find any reason to show again as well. More or less the same information will be required from the importers, but the difference between the previous practice and the existing practice is that the one license will be eligible to import products from multiple sources. Previously, as per existing enlistment rules, you have to get a separate license for each exporter abroad as an agent of that particular company. Under these proposed rules, you don't need to go a repetition of the procedures for getting enlistment license, for license for facility placement. Repetition is not required in this. Form 3 is for local manufacture for grant of import and finished products. Here, Form 4, Form 6, and Form 7, here is, you can see the display. We have designed different form for different type of license. As in previous slide, I have shown 4 type of licenses. Therefore, we have developed 4 different type of license for the data clarity and understanding of the license, that in which category we have, how many type of license we have processed that we carry in our data. As previously I have said, under the existing enlistment rules, there is no renewal procedure. In the proposed rule, we have proposed 5 years time period for the renewal of the license period. Similarly, under the existing rules, we don't have any legal obligation to approve technical persons which supervises the production as well as the quality control segments and operations. While in the proposed rules, we have proposed qualifications with the officers for the respective their fields. They will supervise the production as well as quality control activities within the manufacturing facilities. Likewise, we have also provided the express provision for suspension or cancellation of license in the proposed rules. If anybody, there is some violations, nobody should be punished unheard. Therefore, we have provided procedure of personal hearing before going proceeding the procedures against the applicant. We have designed different type of chapters for each segment of the product. Like for health product, we have designed a chapter 3 and different application forms. For generic, the applicant has to form 5.8, and for new product, form 5.9. Similarly, for imported products, for generic product, we have form 10, and for imported product, we have form 11. And certificate, we have designed different certificates for, at the moment, we have only one type of certificate for imported as well as the local manufacturer. Under the new proposed rules, we have different type of license for imported product as well as local manufacture. Similarly, we have in the existing rules, we have only one warranty. That does not give us a complete data that how much warranties has been issued for which product and how products are being marketed. While designing the different warranty form, which give us a bifurcation of the data for the products in the market. We have introduced a new chapter for a separate chapter for alternate medicines and including traditional Chinese medicines, Unani medicines, excluding homeopathic medicine. Because we have in the next slide, I will show that we have provided separate chapter for homeopathic products. like a previous scheme, we have also a same scheme here for the alternative medicine as well, for local manufacture and imported products for new and as well as generic product. Chapter 5 covers the homeopathic products exclusively for local manufacture as well as imported products. The certificate duration is also provided for 5 years for the renewal purposes as well. Chapter 6 covers the extracts, homeopathic tinctures, and isolate. This is a new era for our young scientists and young generation to come forward to establish their facilities for because we have a good flora and we can exploit that purpose for the commercial purposes. We have one application form and one license form, and the renewal period for this type of license is 5 period, and there's no stringent requirement for this segment of license. Similarly, we have existing enlistment rules. We have given a space to the existing enlistment holders that the companies who has enlistment, they can apply within a period of 6 months for license, and we have 18 months time period for their application to file their product registration, and their product will remain valid until a decision by the board is taken on their application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manzoor Saab. We are now honored to have Professor Dr. Rahmatullah Qureshi, Dean of the Faculty of Sciences at Pir Meher Ali Shah Arid Agriculture University. Professor Qureshi is widely recognized for his work in ethnobotany, medicinal plants, and biodiversity conservation. A warm welcome to Professor Dr. Rahmatullah Qureshi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My topic is related to deserts. When we talk about deserts, there are two kinds of deserts found in Pakistan. One type of desert located to the southern part of the country, like in Balochistan, Sindh, Punjab. These are three provinces where sandy deserts having extreme temperature that exceeding over 50 degrees Celsius. So these are known as a hot desert area in which there is a deficient of water. Whereas on the contrast, we have cold deserts, which are located in Siachen glaciers. Although the water is present in the form of snow, but physiologically that is absent to plants. So that's why these are two different contrasts we are talking. But I am focused now on sandy deserts, which are found in these three provinces, having a landscape of purely sand and gravels. This is kind of composition. So overall, as a measure, we have 5 deserts in the country. Like in Balochistan, we have Faran, although Sibi is that is kind of desertic habitat having low-heighted mountains. And then in Sindh, we have 2 entities. One is known as the Nara Desert, that is shown in this slide, and Tharparkar Desert, or Thar Desert, you can say. Then in Punjab, we have Cholistan Desert, and Thal, that is also known as the Lesser Cholistan. So these all are major deserts of the country. That is tentatively overall area of about 70% of our land mass. So this is overall view of deserts of Pakistan. So being first, you can say only one person PhD in sandy desert. So I am presenting here the long journey about flora, which are compiled from desert area. In our one book is published from US on the flora of Nara Desert, Pakistan. That is started journey from Shah Abdul Latif University, Khairpur, under supervision of Professor Dr. Raza Bhatti Saab, who is my supervisor. So currently I am working as a biodiversity specialist, and I am also fortunate enough that I have traversed almost all major zones of the country, right from the coastal belt area up to the Khunjrab National Park. And then on the other side, we have Ziyarat. And even if you talk about Balochistan, I worked in other pockets of the desert habitat. So if we look at plants, there are about over 300 species we recorded from the desert area, although this is a bit small amount, chunk of the flora located in desert area. However, these all are mostly endemic because these species not found elsewhere if you talk about the sandy desert area. So that's why these are unique species. Coming on this slide, we have over 6,000 species of plants. In front of me, Dr. Zabta Khan Shinwari is there. He is our likely teacher because he worked as a taxonomist. So we have over 6,000 species, and about 600 to 700 species are known to medicinal. And these are, some are the other way, these are used in different kind of formulation. Bozdar Saab is already talked on that there is a great avenue in terms of extraction and getting isolates from these species. So I am today just focused to some of these species which are commercially available in the market, NutriFactors and other some of the companies, they are extracting and selling out these products in the market. So we have long tradition or historical use of these such plants in the form of ethnobotanical uses. So ethnobotany is the uses of plants by the Aboriginal people. So wherever human existing in different corners of the country, there are plants which are, some are the other ways, almost utilized for every kind of its uses. So these are pictures you can see here. This is not a landscape, but I must say these are sandyscapes because these pockets are only sandy nature and shifting soil from one territory to another. This is a common feature of desertic habitat because these are very fragile in nature. If you look at the picture, that these systems are very fragile. However, these are rich in food, medicine, oriented species. They are providing shelter and reproduction of or breeding places of various animals which are living in such pocket. And these are typical environment containing unique entity having biological diversity. And if you look at the Dubai and other areas, these are used as a ecotourism places. However, we don't have such kind of, you can say, tradition. So these are very specific landscapes. If you talk about the features, because this is purely some kind of scientific nature, like they have different kind of peculiarities or features, like they are succulent, means their body is mostly fleshy in nature because they want to preserve water for a longer time. So that's why these are succulent. And these some of the examples I have quoted here. Although these are scientific names, the majority of the people, they will feel bored. So that's why I'm skipping these words. And most of the plants, they are either have small leaves or no leaves because water is not available in most of the times. So that's why there is a sunken stomata in order to preserve from the evaporation. That is technically we talk them as transpiration. So removal of water is checked by these kind of features available in these different parts of the plant. And having leaves are coated with the hairs, they are having waxy coated and spines. These are actually used for overcoming the harsh climatic conditions in such pockets. And they have very deeply penetrated root system. Even we recorded about 400 to 500 up to meters. These roots are trailing on the ground in search of water. So that's why they are getting every bit of opportunity to search the water. And they have very short life span, because water is not available. Only just a small amount of precipitation results into very rapidly or quickly germination and completing their life cycle within a couple of weeks. So technically we call them as herbs or ephemerals. And these are again rich in different secondary metabolites. These are chemicals responsible to withstand in harsh climatic conditions. So that's why these secondary metabolites are utilized nowadays as a medicine, as a nutraceutical factors. And they are very slow growing because water is not available. So that's why they are very tricky in nature. If we destroy such kind of landscape or sandscapes, definitely all the living biota is under threat. So somewhat Boldar Saab talked about the overall scenario, that how many companies existing here in Pakistan. So tentatively, there are about 700 herbal or Tibbi pharmacopoeia manufacturing companies and over 65,000 registered Hakim, excluding homeopath. I am homeopath, so that's why the numbers are many-fold increased. So approximately 50 major companies are dominating in herbal industry or manufacturing of various products. And we have huge potential in order to make them or utilize them commercially. So from the desert habitat, these are 6 major plant species which are very commonly available not only in Pakistan but also abroad, like moringa, that is commonly known as a suhanjana. So moringa is known as a miracle tea, and this is used for nutraceutical and anti-inflammatory, and sometimes it has been reported that it also possesses anti-diabetic activity. So mostly these are known as a nutritional component. Another is Videnia somnifera, that is known as the ashwagandha. Ashwagandha and asgandh. Asgandh is a common Unani name, and ashwagandha is very famous. And now mother tinctures are even available in the market. That is made by various homeopath, and also ashwagandha is available in the form of pills and tablets. NutriFactory is also producing that one. Then another is a Commiphora mukkal, that is known as a you can say mukkal, and another common name Google. Yes, Google and mukkal, these are 2 famous names. Although this plant is used in temple for fumigation purpose because it's aromatic nature, and now it is targeted drug for lowering the lipid profile, or you can say lowering the cholesterol. And even it is reported in Unani system of medicine. Habbe mukkal and Majune mukkal is a common formulation available in Unani system of medicine for piles, for treating piles. Then neem is very famous nowadays in cosmetics. It is used as a antimicrobial agent. It is used in a variety of cosmetics products. And then ephedra intermedia, gerardiana. There are various species of ephedra even in Quetta, upper area of Quetta, there was one industry built during the British period, and that factory was designed to extract the ephedra. So ephedrine and pseudoephedrine, these two mostly alkalides nowadays used in various variety of cough syrups, and it is used for the same purpose. And then Tribulus terrestris. Tribulus terrestris is earlier reported as a lycanthropic activity that is used to remove the stone from the kidneys. However, nowadays it is used as a fertility program, especially for males. So such kind of products are available in the market. So overall, there are about 23 species. I have enlisted these species along with the common names and then global market and the major sector in which such species are used. So these are actually required detailed deliberation if we talk about, but since time is very limited, so I'm skipping. If someone is interested, so that slide is available on this floor. So these are some of the species like Commiphora, Mucal, then we have Cardia, we have Symbopogon, Fumaria, even Figonia. Figonia is nowadays targeted for cancer therapy, and it has been reported. Even one of my PhD student has also worked on the cancer cell line by utilizing such a species. Then we have Vivinia coagulans, Paneer rodi is a very common available. Even we have long tradition of its use for hepatoprotective activity. So one by one, there is a very detailed information given here, like Acacia nilotica, that is known as a gum Arabic tree, or there is industrial part, although it's used as a mucilage, as a binding source for various kind of products, not only in herbal, but also in allopathic drugs. It is used as a industrial component. And variety of other activities have even proven the efficacy of this species. Another is Acaranthus aspera, that is known as a putkanda, chirchita or putkanda. It's a common name, and it's a part of respiratory tract infection and fever. Mostly it is used in our Unani system of medicine. Aloe vera, everybody is familiar with the name of aloe vera, and aloe vera is specifically nowadays targeted for cosmetic products and variety of other uses, like it's halwai ghikwar in earlier days as a ethnobotanical information. Our natives and our elders, they were using this sugar-coated syrup form, or you can say combination for curing gout and arthritis, joints pain, and also for digestive system. So even aloes is available in the form of dried alkaloid at the market. Elwa, Musabbir, Sibbar Sukotri, these are a few Unani names, and these are available in the market. And these all are used even in the case of Javarishat and then Majunat. So such kind of products are also used for that. Then neem or is a directa indica I talked about. Sizzlepinia bondak, that is known as a karanjua. Karanjua is very important plant, and it is used for fever. Specifically, it is reported as a cure for malarial fever. Although there are a variety of studies scientifically proven. Then Capparis spinosa. One of my colleagues from Turkey, maybe Dr. Zapta Khan Shinwari is familiar, Dr. Munir Öztürk. He told me during last our conference that, do you know, this is very expensive commodity available in Turkey. Just 1 kilo of its, or one you can say kilogram of its pickle is sold out in $1,000. And we have lots of opportunity. Last time I visited Chitral, and it's a very richly found such kind of plants. Even KPK area, this Caparis spinosa, that is known as a caper or kabar. Its a Unani name is kabar. So its fruit is pickled and available in developed world. So there is a huge opportunity for such kind of uses. Cassia fistula, amalthas is available, although natively amalthas is a plant of the subtropical forest area, but also it's distributed in lower side, and it is used as an emollient and mild laxative property. Then Cassia cinnamaki is even during COVID-19, it was very famously observed that people were in search of cinnamaki. उन दिनों में नापेद हो गई थी. Although it was ruthlessly used because it's producing large motion, or it is cathartic in nature. So later on, people stopped to use it. But anyway, it's a highly effective medicine, specifically those people who are suffering from constipation. So this is major ingredient of all powders that is known as a phaki. Phaki means powder. Intake of powder in the form of phaki. So it's a major ingredient of such kind of products. Citrullus calucenthus, Kodtuma or Tumba, Hansel, Indrayan, these are few names of this species. And Kodtuma is collected in large quantity in different desert area, and it is distributed in our all large cities. And it is also very effectively used for anti-diabetic activity. Its even seeds are highly nutritious nature. On the one side, its pulp is a very bitter nature, but seeds are rich in oils, omega-3, omega-6 oil. So during the famine days, desert people told us that these people were using the flour of the seeds, and these are used for making chapati or bread. Carcorus depressus commonly is known as the Mundheri in Sindhi and even Balochi areas. However, its name is its name is Bupli. Yes, Bupli is a very much used as a cooling agent during even harsh climatic conditions. People are making its mucilage. Although there are a variety of products available in Unani system of medicine, and it is used for male or genitourinary activity. Then cardia, dichotomia, lasuda, lasuda, it's also pickled, and even its vegetable is also made, and even Sipistan. So Sipistan is name of this plant in Unani system of medicine, and it is used for irritation of throat or throat infection. It's very much useful. So many of the these are prepared by the use of this species. Symbopogon javankusa and Symbopogon are lemongrass. It's a native lemongrass. And this species is mostly used in India. They made some industrial use of this species. Geraniol and citronol are extracted from this species, and these are used as a mosquito repellent, and also in perfumery. It is very commonly used, but unfortunately in Pakistan we don't have. Then Fumaria indica, Shatra papra. It is used in blood purification, and in Unani system of medicine, it's used for making different kind of recipes. Paganum hermal is very important. Nowadays, hermine, these are some of the compounds isolated from the plant. And some of the activities suggested that it has psychiatric research reported their different kind of uses. Although we are just making smoke for variety of such kind of illness which are not apparently looking at the body. So we are using as a doctrine of signature such kind of uses. And these are also there are also studies reported that this species has anthelmintic properties. So people are using in that line. Then Ricinus communis, castor bean, castoil. Castoil is used nowadays in cosmetics too, in hair oil, specifically in serums, different kind of serums. This castoil is used. Although there are variety of other uses besides its medicinal uses, like it is used as a emollient, it is used in removing the constipation, mostly in Unani system of medicine. Then Solanum surretans, variety of archaeat are made by the use of this species too. And it has reported to remove the arthritic pain or joints pain. So it's common in Unani system of medicine. Tamarix daiica is mostly used in Hamdard University. They have extracted compound, and ectrin tablet is made by the use of this species, and it is used as a hepatoprotective agent. They are selling out the market. Then Tribulus terrestris, I discussed in detail. Vedenia coagulans are paneer rodi. I already talked about that. The elderly known people, they are using it as a cooling agent, just pouring in water overnight and early morning that is used. And they suppose that it has cooling agent, and also it is used as a hepatoprotective agent. Besides its other uses, like people believe that it is also used as an anti-diabetic agent. Then Vedenia somnifera, it is known as a rejuvenator in technical term. So I'm restricted to short down. So these are further avenues that we have to work on: extraction and isolation of a compound. Like I have targeted that so far what have been done in terms of research from the reported species, like alkaloids, flavonoids, terpenoids. These are different categories of secondary metabolites. There are two kinds of metabolites, or you can say compound. One is known as the primary, which are known as a dietary component, like protein, carbohydrates, fats, lipids. These are required for the overall body, not only for animal and human, but also for plants. And secondary metabolites are only used for their defensive mechanism, for their recovery purpose, and for variety of other functions of the body of plant. Although we are extracting these compounds and utilizing for making different kind of products. So there is a big market. You can see a scenario that what we can do. What is the scenario of the world? Like China is the leading one, then India definitely the second one. Like they are mostly distributing their commodities abroad, not only abroad but also to Pakistan. And these are some of the constraints, like we need scientific validation, like characterization, specifically if we talk about the plants. Exactly, if you talk only first करें एक ही genus है, that is Artemisia. Within Artemisia we have about 20 species. And now we don't know which one is very much important for us. Like artemisinin is a compound isolated by the lady from China who got Nobel Prize from the Artemisia annua. We have also this species too, but we have variety of other species. There is need to validate which one the targeted species used for the particular claim of anything. Then we need proper processing, then market access. Definitely finance is a major key role. It has major key role, like a scientist can do R&D, not do business, but there is a huge investment required. And then biopiracy, yes, there are definitely traditional knowledge existing in different areas, but we must pay attention to the IP policy of the local communities. Like abroad, it is very common. Then over harvesting, we need to cultivate them. We need to bring them in cultivation in order to save their original germplasm. Then definitely there's a policy gap, as Bozdar Saab was talking about, and I was thinking there are various other flaws. And with that, I think scientists must kept in policy making. There must be ensure the participation of the scientists who can help the government for making such policies. And definitely another era that is climate change, that we should pay attention to that one. So desert medicinal plants are not merely survival office. These are not survivor, but they are strategic bioeconomic resource capable of transformation, traditional knowledge into innovative products, sustainable livelihoods, and green economic growth. Thank you very much. Any question? Last.
Thank you, Dr. Qureshi, for giving us in-depth insight of desert medicinal herb species. Our next speaker is Dr. Zabta Khan Shinwari, Vice Chancellor, Federal Urdu University. Dr. Shinwari is one of the Pakistan's most respected scientists and has contributed extensively to biodiversity, biotechnology, and evidence-based use of medicinal plants. Please give a warm welcome to a true champion of ethnobotany and bioethics, Dr. Zabta Khan Shinwari. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, madam. Very grateful for nice words. Everybody is sort of known to me and good friends. And speaking after Bozdar Saab, who is a Manzoor, so and then Rahmat, very difficult for me. But we'll try to say a few words. Ke aage kya? We're very good. We have a lot of things. We're doing a lot of good work. But ultimately, what for Pakistan? And little bit about OIC countries, because we are in comstech. So my focus would be to tell you what's happening and what can be done. Actually, when we talk about Pakistan, Pakistan is really the most, I would call it the most beautiful, and I will prove it why I call it the most beautiful. So when we say now in this era, when there is AI, there is machine learning, there is everything, so we cannot say that hikmat is outdated. No, it gives you a lot of more opportunity. In fact, I am looking after a university which is in Karachi and Islamabad, both. I involve the religious people using AI, telling quick answers to the question because they know it. It's very quickly, you can have hadith, you can have saying of Quran and everything. Same is true for this. This is the one positive thing that you can do it. So how to link from evidence to policy, to convert it, the minister was saying in the morning, and then we talk a little bit and he said, come and see me. So we are talking how to move forward. If things are happening so quickly, तो फिर हमने करना क्या है? I'm sorry, I sometimes will be putting some Urdu words for it. कि अब करना क्या है यार, ये बहुत हो गया, ट्रक की बत्ती के पीछे नहीं लग सकते. Let's do something for the country. और for that, so अब हमने big data और digital technology and all this, अब ये clinical frontier भी, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ challenge क्या है? Climate change. और फिर जब हम पौधा यूज करते हैं, if you collect it from one place and another, you are buying from a Pansar, you are buying from a Raja Bazar, or I don't know whichever mandi. So then how to ensure that जो आप डोज दे रहे हो, आज दे रहे हो, कल भी वही होगा अंदर बॉडी में. So that also the technology can tell quick answers to the industrialists, those who are sitting here. And I will be telling you a few examples. So we have to use all these technologies. क्योंकि अब का जमाना वो जमाना नहीं रहा कि fit for everybody. It's individual, personalized drugs era. Everyone is different than the other. Even vaccine can kill few individuals, and it happened in Corona. Heart attack, blood clotting, all this. So that is that now we have the knowledge with gene editing, with CRISPR-Cas9, with cutting your thing. So that is that we have to consider the ethical frontier that we are working. Now, how to bridge these two worlds? One is the modern era of all this. The other one is our thousands of years of traditional knowledge. Since morning, we were saying clinical trial, blah, blah, blah. But there is one school of thought that we had clinical trial of thousands of years, though we didn't document it, or we didn't have those kind of things available. But there was some kind. It's not that today Hakim says use Bethania, it will make you strong. That is, but that was due to several, not only hundreds, but thousands of years that were data. But what we want is that this data should be documented. And there are, because of, as I said, climate change and the concentration of the compound. And thirdly, if you are integrating two medicine, you call this one alternate, but I call allopathy alternate because allopathy is 300 years, 250. And this one is 4,000-5,000 years at least, more than that. In Iraq, in the graves, 6,000 years old graves, they had medicine kept with the body. कि जब उठेगा और कांसी होगी तो यूज करें. Water nahi fir madam, asanada. So that is that now what to do, how to have this ethical of your patient responsibility, you as a healer, traditional healer, local healer. So let's discuss all that. But having said that, still, even WHO, everybody says, 80% they say somehow use the population of the world, somehow uses it. Little, alternate, main, whatever. And in some areas in Africa, in Pakistan, remote areas, still this is the primary health care for some of the people. So the right of a person for health, this provides a lot of things and we need to work on it. Now to integrate it. So Buzdar Sahib had an excellent presentation and he is in a way our teacher when we discuss policy. I'm their member of committees. So now how to convert this quickly in the modern policy? How to do all this? Rather than shutting down our industries, how to promote them, how to facilitate them and how to help them. They talk about a lot about it and we have a list available. There were Chinese approached me, was some companies, and they said, when China imports plants raw material from any country, they have approved list. And for Pakistan, I forgot I shared with some of the friends, 29 of some species are registered in China that you can export to them. But they need some criteria. So they said, if you could expand this list, talking with both the government, but then shall it be collected from wild only, or we can provide some alternate to our farmers, like in deserts and others, to have, to get some better money in dollars, to export something, or we encourage our own industry to use it rather than importing all the way from the other countries. So that is that, but we will be, again, we have to ensure a few things. One, all this list available. Two, pharmacopoeia still, national pharmacopoeia. We had several meetings with the several governments. we still are not able, so that we should have ownership of the property that we have. This is our property. And of course, the intellectual property rights of either Hakim, of a local person, or whoever is there that is used. So now, if I'm talking about very, very quickly to how to bridge this gap, what opportunities we have for this global shift, scenario क्या है? क्या लोगों ने छोड़ दिया और सुबह जैसे कहा कि cure और antibiotic resistance की थोड़ी सी बात हुई, I will correct it that it's not the body but it's the bacteria that creates resistance. It's the pathogen that creates resistance. वो भी जिंदा लोग है भाई, वो भी जिंदा कौम है. आप उसको जितने भी मारने की कोशिश करोगे वो भी उधर से अपने आप को मजीद ताकतवर बनाता है. So let me correct few things that we have to work on when we talk about all this. So I'm just going very, very quickly before I receive a check from my very dear friend Rashid. So look at it. Look at it. Okay, sir. I will try to conclude in 8 minutes. So now this era of medicine, as I said, let's work together. We are one country, Hakim, everybody else, we work together and let's bridge this gap and then we can, be going forward. Jahan tak dunia ki baat hai, believe me, a lot of opportunities. Billions of dollar business. And if you look at this data that I'm showing to you, it is expected by 2030, $6,000 billion business globally. And when we say the drivers, why it is on this side, क्योंकि ये holistic system है, क्योंकि इसका मैं बड़ा promote हूँ. This is what they call it. Let food be your medicine. अब जो कुछ खाते हो, you can train your people, you can use it, and there are a lot of things on the other side that I have mentioned. Hope you can see it properly because of this 10 minutes that he said. Now a little bit हम बड़े शौक से अपने आप को compare करते हैं इंडिया से. सिर्फ उनका बजट ही देख लें जो उनकी independent ministry है. To be very candid, we were working with the government to have even an independent kind of a directorate. But there is an independent ministry, Ayush. You all know is Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy, Ayush. And then their budget. सिर्फ जो medicinal plants के लिए उन्होंने कितना रखा है, pharmacopoeia के लिए कितना रखा है, 20 crore of rupees of Indian crore. और आपका मेरे ख्याल में अब should not be saying कि हम कितने हमारे रुपए उससे कमजोर है या जो भी. So these are the money given to the alternate, you call it, medicine people to work on it. And they're exporting billions of dollars. And we still are, this I went to China. I'm working with them. I'm their consultant as here. So in the morning they have said enough on this, Iqbal Chaudhry Saab, so I don't want to repeat it. But they are, even in gynae ward, everywhere, they first try their own medicine and then something else. In Japan, even the developed country, I spent a lot of my life there, my degrees, etc. They first prescribe Campo. And then if not, then the other. Campo is their traditional medicine. And here, now, masla kya hai? Masla हम सब दोनों तरफ problems है और हमें admit करना चाहिए. जो हमारे traditional हैं, there are only few that they are doing it. Let's everybody be trying for validation, for, as I said, because of climate change, you need to have proper, और ये सिर्फ आपका मसला नहीं है. I will show you a paper, probably it is here. In UK, chai ki patti ko, they did DNA barcoding. And there were 22 different species के पत्ते उसमें मौजूद थे. क्योंकि अब technology available है, quickly they can sequence. So things happen because खासकर आप herbal medicine की जब बात करते हो तो अगर आपके पास proper identification नहीं है तो बच्चे या औरतें collect करती हैं mountains में. I'm a tribal man. And then it goes to Sawat and XYZ Mandi and then finally, etc. So अगर एक भी गलती से अभी पैगलम हरमेला की बात की ना, तो it's good कि आप अगर ये insect को repel करता है तो तुम्हारे अंदर भी repelling कर सकता है. You have to be careful. अगर उसके भी कोई चीजें, तो there are things that are calotropous की बात हुई, for example. So that आप उसके साथ अपने cockroaches को मार सकते हो और आप भी मर सकते हो. So things are there कि जो you have to be careful when you talk about. And then modern technology use करने में भी कोई हर्ज नहीं है. My lab, I'm a traditional, as said by my very dear friend Rahmat Qureshi, working taxonomy, but then I'm now working on nanotechnology, taking the minute part of it. And Hakeem, though, we are working with Karshi, and they said कि जो हमारे वो होते हैं उसको हम नैनो करके जो है ना आपके लिए मुरब्बे और all this kind of thing that they produce. So what I'm saying to you is that with this हमें शाय अवे नहीं करना चाहिए, हमारे ट्रेडिशनल हीलर्स को भी इन मॉडर्न चीजों पे आना चाहिए. जैसे क्लेवर ड्रग्स दे कॉल इट, दे कैन टारगेट द प्लेस, दे कैन रीच देयर रोबोटिक ट्रीटमेंट ऑफ योर डिजीजेज. तो हम अपने को भी आहिस्ता आहिस्ता उसकी स्टेबिलिटी, एब्जॉर्प्शन, थेराप्यूटिक कंसंट्रेशन एक्सेट्रा, वी शुड बी वर्किंग ऑन ऑल दिस. हम दुनिया के साथ कदम मिला के चले, और जो ज्यादा मजबूत है वो कमजोरों का हाथ पकड़ के आगे चले. एंटी कैंसरस की मैं ये डेटा देखें, सुबह बात हुई कि जी जब आप एक्सट्रीम पे पहुंचते हैं तो एक वाला दूसरा या दूसरे वाला पहले के पास आता. तो अगर हम शुरू से ही कोई पूरे मुल्क में एक सिस्टम बना ले, दिस इज द डेटा, एंड वी आर जो इन चीजों में हम दुनिया के टॉप कंट्रीज में आते हैं विद द नंबर ऑफ पेशेंट, विद द नंबर ऑफ पीपल दैट वी हैव एंड द डेथ्स दैट वी हैव. स्पेसिफिकली ब्रेस्ट कैंसर इन पाकिस्तान इज रियली, हमारे चूंकि कल्चर है, शाये होते हैं हमारे बच्चे बच्चियां, वो नहीं बताते, और उससे मसाइल बड़े बढ़ गए. तो और फिर आपको मैं बताता हूँ कि इवन ग्लोबली ये कुछ कैंसर के फिगर्स हैं, यू ऑल कैन गूगल इट एंड फाइंड इट, सो आई एम नॉट गोइंग इनटू दैट. बट जो ट्रेडिशनल ट्रीटमेंट है वर्सेस जो एलोपैथी की अभी तक ट्रीटमेंट है, अगर आप ट्रीटमेंट कर भी लो तो उसके अलग इश्यूज आपके साथ हैं. अगर आप रेडियोथेरेपी करते हो, अगर आप कीमोथेरेपी करते हो, अगर आप सर्जरी करते हो, तो उसका रिलेटेड इशू. तो अगर आपकी ये अल्टरनेट कह लो या कम्प्लीमेंट्री कह लो या इंटीग्रेटेड कह लो, एंड आई विल टेल यू अ स्टोरी दैट वी हैव, और यूके अभी उस पर कर रहा है, तो यू कैन रियली बी हेल्पिंग देम. ना पाकिस्तान, अच्छा हम बहुत, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट, you are the only country in the world, the best piece of land that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave you, from 0 meter to 8,611 meter. इस तरह की लैंडस्केप अल्लाह ने किसी और को नहीं दी. आप कहोगे ये एवरेस्ट है, हाँ एवरेस्ट की तो उससे ऊपर है, लेकिन नेपाल वाले विश करते हैं कि आपकी पंजाब जैसी खूबसूरत, या ये जो रेगिस्तान की बात कर रहे हैं, या ये जो आपकी सी है, कराची है, गवादर है, दे विश के जी कभी देख ही ले, आपको अल्लाह ने दे दी. आप नहीं संभाल पाए, या उसे नहीं यूज कर पाए, या उसे नहीं एंजॉय कर सकते अपनी पूरी उसके लिए, जिसकी वजह से आपकी माशाल्लाह खूबसूरती देख रहे. वी आर ऑल डिफरेंट इन फेस लुकिंग बट वेरी ब्यूटीफुल. क्या खूबसूरत गुलदस्ता है, हर किस्म के लोग आपके पास है, हर किस्म के बूटे भी देन है. हमें हर किस्म में ऐसे अकॉर्डिंग टू अवर ओन थिंग्स. तो आपके पास हर सब ट्रॉपिकल की बात हुई, ट्रॉपिकल की बात हुई, आप टेम्परेट रीजन को देखें, ड्राई टेम्परेट को देखें, आपको अल्लाह ने बड़ी नवाजा है, इससे फायदा ले. नाउ व्हाट वी नीड फॉर द गैप्स, साइंटिफिक एविडेंस, थोड़ी सी करिकुलम जो करंट डायलेमा है हमारे ट्रेडिशन के, या एविडेंस बेस्ड शिफ्टिंग जो है, स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन है. एंड आई विल गिव यू एग्जांपल दैट वी हैव रिसेंटली स्टार्टेड. और आप थोड़ी सी एथिक्स के जी अपने आप को रिस्पॉन्सिबल ठहराएं. आपसे कोई गलती हो गई, आपसे कोई चीज हो गई, वेदर यू आर अ प्रैक्टिशनर, वेदर यू आर इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट, यू आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल. और जब हम भी बैठते हैं हम ये कहते हैं कि जी हम तो कॉमन मैन के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, जो भी हम अपनी मीटिंग में करते हैं, कि जी खुदा ना खास्ता कुछ होता है हमारी सुस्ती से भी वी आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल. कोई एक इंसान की जान अगर गई, वी आर ऑल रिस्पॉन्सिबल, पूरी इंसानियत की आप वो कर रहे हैं. सो अब एंशिएंट विजडम को वी रिकमेंड के वी यूज मॉडर्न टूल्स नाउ टू यूज दिस नॉलेज for the benefit of humankind. Genomic validation अभी मैंने आपसे बात किया, आगे एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ, और सिंथेटिक बायोलॉजी वगैरह अवेलेबल है कि नाउ यू कैन हैव क्विकली. अगर आप थोड़ी सी इसको मॉडर्न करें और कल्टीवेट करें, तो जो कह रहे थे कि अगर आप एक प्लांट कहाँ से उठाते हैं, कंसंट्रेशन डिफरेंट होती है, जब आप कल्टीवेट करोगे तो आपको ज्यादातर तकरीबन एक ही किस्म के मॉलिक्यूल्स मिलेंगे. एक प्लांट को आप टेस्ट करोगे, सब तकरीबन उस जैसे होंगे. अब ये बारकोड की मैंने आपसे मिसाल दी कि जी आप यू कैन आइडेंटिफाई इवन अ मिक्सचर आप कर ले. खुदा ना करे हमें आज कुछ हो जाए, हम एक ही स्पीशी है ना, कुछ हो जाए, हमारे एक एक बाल से एक एक इंडिविजुअल को पहचान. दिस इज, और घंटा भी नहीं लगेगा अब की टेक्नोलॉजी. अब तो पोर्टेबल सीक्वेंसर अवेलेबल, यू कैन टेक इट टू द फील्ड तो ये चीजें जो वी कैन यूज, दिस इज व्हाट वी कॉल ए DNA बारकोड। मैं ज्यादा टेक्निकल डिटेल में नहीं जाता, आप सब मेरे से ज्यादा इंटेलिजेंट हैं, तो बट वी कैन डू इट वेरी वेरी क्विकली। अगर आप बोरी भी लेंगे किसी प्लांट की उसके अंदर से, एंड सम इंडस्ट्रीज आर डूइंग इट, आई डोंट वांट टू, दे विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट ऑल दिस। दिस इज व्हाट बारकोडिंग, एक दो मिनट और ले लूँ ना? गुड। कहते हैं जी केमिस्ट शुड बी इन लव विद DNA बारकोडिंग, और क्यों? उसकी आगे ये मिसाल मैंने आपको दी कि जी बहुत सप्लीमेंट ऐसे होते हैं जो लेबल कहते हैं वो होते नहीं है। ये मैं आपके पाकिस्तान की बात नहीं कर रहा, डेवलप वर्ल्ड की बात कर रहा हूँ। वो भी कहते हैं कि जी जो आपको उस पर लिखा हुआ है जरूरी नहीं है 100% वही चीजें हो, क्योंकि वो लोग भी जो मार्केटों से लेते हैं रॉ मटेरियल दैट मे बी डिफरेंट। ये एक मिसाल है। बेगोनिया की अभी डॉक्टर साहब ने बात की, ये QK वालों ने कराची से प्लांट लिया, जाके चेक किया, कैंसर के लिए बड़ा एफिशिएंट है, और यहाँ पाकिस्तान में भी बड़ा यूज हो रहा है, बहुत ही अच्छा उसका रिजल्ट है। उन्होंने एक प्लांट के नाम से पब्लिश किया। मैं US के साथ काम कर रहा हूँ कि जी ये स्पेशी आपके पास है, मैंने कहा नहीं ये तो नहीं, वो दूसरी है। एंड देन वी जब जो अभी मैंने कहा ना कि मेस्ट शुड बी लव अफेयर विद दी टेक्सोनॉमी रीजन। जब हमने उनसे पूछा, वो जो लेबोरेटरी वाले थे, उन्होंने कहा जी बड़ा अच्छा है, मैं फलाना केमिकल मिल गया वगैरह वगैरह, कहानी लंबी है। तो भाई वो प्लांट किधर है, ताकि हम आपको सही नाम बता दें, थोड़ा सा सीक्वेंस करें। कहते जी हमने तो ले लिया, यूज किया, खत्म, तो कोई सैंपल नहीं है। तो वो दे हैव टू कीप अ सैंपल सो दैट यू कैन ट्रेस बैक ट्रेसेबिलिटी ऑफ द प्लांट। सो जो उसकी असल कहानी है, ये प्लांट असर नहीं करता, इसके अंदर एक फंगस है, इंडोफेटिक ऑर्गेनिज्म होते हैं जिसके आपके अंदर बहुत सारे हैं, उनके अंदर वो है असल में जो कि कैंसर सेल को मारता है। तो दैट इज इट। और वो फिर उसके बाद में अब जो है ना पेटेंट करना वगैरह, दिस इज दैट पेपर, एंड देन वी वैलिडेटेड इट, वी करेक्टेड द नेम एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। वेरी सिंपल है, जो आप बार कोड करते हो कोई इतना मुश्किल सा काम नहीं है। मेरी लैब वाले तो अली बैठा है, डॉक्टर अली, दे आर डूइंग ऑल दिस। और अब तो फ्यूचर आ गया कि आपके मोबाइल की तरह होगा, बूटा डालोगे, कोई चीज डालोगे, दे विल टेल यू नहीं I'm plana. So this is the word that's coming up. So we should be ready for that, and we should be using the modern technology for all this. So let's do this. आए सब मिलके इकट्ठे होके एक बाजू बन के इकोनॉमिक पोटेंशियल, आप यकीन करें अगर इसको भी आप सही चैनल करें, सब स्टेक होल्डर बैठ जाएं, यू कैन अर्न इन नेक्स्ट 5 years billions of dollars. Various things, not only product, not only raw material, but there are several things that you can do. But for that, वो सुबह बात हुई ना कि जी कैसे करिए, जो हम ट्राई कहते हैं फर्टाइड या ट्राई कि जी एकेडेमिया, इंडस्ट्री एंड पॉलिसी मेकर्स, वी ऑल हाउ कैन वी वर्क टुगेदर एंड आई विल गिव यू वन एग्जांपल। हम आज भी यही कर रहे हैं, रोड पे खड़े होके कि जी बस ये ले जाओ, तो बस फिर पता नहीं क्या हो जाएगा, रात को उड़ने लग जाओगे, और सुबह उठ के पता नहीं, उठ गए तो फिर पता नहीं। So still there are things that we need to really rectify that, and we do it. This is the way we go. Still we are storing it, we are doing it. अगर dust वस्ट उठ के आती भी है तो this is that we really to address it. So finally, what I would say, और जो clinical trials सुबह से हम बात कर रहे हैं, अब DRAP will correct me, रशीद साहब खासकर इसमें बड़े involved रहे हैं। So there are some steps that you are allowed, you can do, you can skip it, and the others that you can go. But उसके लिए है कि आप यकीन करें, हम कोशिश कर रहे थे शायद रशीद साहब के ज़माने में कि हम रजिस्टर्ड करें कुछ हकीमों को कि वो डेटा जनरेट करना शुरू करें। अच्छा, ये सिर्फ पाकिस्तान का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, बाय द वे आप ये कहें कि पाकिस्तान में नहीं, पूरी दुनिया में हर्बल मेडिसिन पे क्लिनिकल ट्रायल काम। और आपको मैं मिसालें दे दूं, चंद देते हैं। WHO भी इस पे इंसिस्ट करती है, क्योंकि हर एक कहता है कि भाई दिस इज प्रूवन एंड ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला। तो वी आर, हम ये ना समझे कि सिर्फ पाकिस्तान में अभी तक ये नहीं है, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं हम पहल करें, हम शुरू करें कहीं से। तो लेट्स डू ऑल दैट। सो और सिर्फ ये नहीं होगा, अभी मैं आपको मिसालें दे रहा हूँ जो हम करने जा रहे हैं, कि ये बिजनेस अगर आपकी सिर्फ फैसिलिटी भी कहीं पे इस्टेब्लिश कर लें, तो आप दुनिया को कह सकते हो अपने प्लांट पे जो हम आपको ट्रायल करके देते हैं, या मरीजों पे वगैरह वगैरह, एंड यू कैन अर्न बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर अगेन, क्योंकि वो अपने अमीरों पे वो नहीं तजुर्बे करते। जो दूसरे केमिकल कंपाउंड्स होते हैं वो भी यूजुअली डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज में यूज होते हैं, एंड दे गेट इट। इंडिया इज अ बिग मार्केट, तो अगेन वी कैन वर्क ऑन इट। ये चंद एक ओनली प्लांट हैं जो पूरी दुनिया के मैंने सर्वे किया जिसपे क्लिनिकल ट्रायल हो चुका है, तो चंद एक हैं। और उनमें से अगर एक आपकी मैं मिसाल दूं तो उसमें अमरूद है फॉर एग्जाम्पल, या पत्नी गुजर गया या जो भी है, तो मैं डर रहा हूँ कि रशीद साहब मुझे इधर से पकड़ के बिठा ना दे, तो इसे मैं क्विक। तो देयर आर गाइडलाइंस अवेलेबल फॉर यू, और वी वॉलंटियर, thanks to all of you draft people and comstech for organizing all this. Let's do a regular activity. पहले हम करते रहे, एकेडमी का मैं सेक्रेटरी जनरल था, हमने कई दफा किया इकट्ठे बैठे। लेट्स सिट, हम एक ही हैं यार, एक दूसरे के खिलाफ नहीं, एक दूसरे के सपोर्ट में है। सो लेट्स वर्क टुगेदर। और ये एक आपको मैं मॉडल बता रहा हूँ, मैं ग्रेटफुल टू करशी दो कि मेरे 3 कैंपसेस में उन्होंने क्लिनिक बना रहे हैं। इसका फ्यूचर ये है, फ्री मेडिसिन हम देते हैं, ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला, बट दैट वुड लीड टू सम काइंड ऑफ next generation kind of herbal medicine that we are going to work on it. तो उस पे क्या कर रहे हैं, उसमें facilities already बन गई हैं। Future direction ये है कि we should, our student will be interned there, they will be studying it, there will be, एक मिसाल दे रहा हूँ academia और industry की लाइजान की interaction की। और फिर draft for again friendly, they are always open for any suggestion. So then we will be going there and registering all this trial kind of facilities available. So let me conclude finally that what we need to do. Who asked is the name of my university, Federal University of Science and Technology. Then Karshi, ICCBS, जहाँ पे इकबाल चौधरी होते हैं, रजा शाह वगैरह. We work, we are involving them also, and we are open for everybody. Come on. And for policy draft and Ministry of Health is working. So this model, we are trying to find something good for the humanity, and inshallah we'll prove that things are happening. So this will be engaging students, they will be doing research collaboration for anybody. It's not for this philanthropic project, not for some industrial, purposes and for marketing. And then community outreach, innovation, etc. So for faculty, my advices are to advocate for integrating natural medicine with the modern technology. And for students, there are a lot of opportunity. They should come and learn. And finally, for all, let's do health, education, and research in this country, and we all work together. But the basic, like Subha Iqbal Chaudhry साहब ने कहा, do no harm. हमारा जो ओथ होगा, जो हमारी वो होगी कि हम हर चीज ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए करेंगे और हमसे कोई गलती ना होने पाए. That is the challenge that we accept. कि जी natural, equal, safe. And then inshallah will be intellectual property, etc. I'm just going quick to close it down. But there should be, अच्छा जो एक slide में मैंने आपको बताई कि आप वेस्टर्न चीजों को ईस्ट पे इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर सकते. आपका अपना एक कल्चर है, आपकी अपनी एक वो है. हम अक्सर कहते हैं ना कि वहां से इंपोर्ट करके ले आओ, पॉलिसी ले आओ, ये ले आओ, वो ले. नो, वी हैव टू वर्क आवर ओन, बिकॉज आवर कल्चर, आवर ट्रेडिशन, आवर थिंग्स आर डिफरेंट. आई गिव यू वन एग्जांपल. जब मैं एथिक्स पढ़ाता हूँ वो ये कि वेस्ट में आपका डॉक्टर और पेशेंट का रिश्ता एक मार्केट का रिश्ता है. ही इज ट्रीटिंग हिम एज अ सब्जेक्ट, एज एन इंडिविजुअल, एंड दैट्स इट. हमारा इधर जब आप डॉक्टर के पास जाओगे और आपसे पूछेगा कि भाई ये करूं या ये करूं, आप कहोगे डॉक्टर आपको मुझसे क्यों पूछते, तो हम उल्टा लेंगे. यहाँ पे हमारी फैमिली एक यूनिट, इंडिविजुअल यूनिट नहीं है. हमारे फैसले फैमिलीज करते हैं. So we are a family as a unit, they are individual as a unit. They have to take a informed consent, जिसे कहते हैं, या दूसरे जो basically. What I want to say is कि हम अपने culture पर proud feel करते हुए, let's work our own things and let's do it by our own way. Finally, the pillars for this ethic that all that I wanted to talk to you is safety, integrity, autonomy, and justice. और उसके लिए सेफ्टी, जब हम हमारा सोर्स, हमारा जो प्राइम टारगेट है वो पेशेंट है, और एक्शनेबल गोल है कि हमने क्लिनिकल वैलिडेशन करके हमने कोई ऐसी चीज हर इंडिविजुअल के लिए आप हर चीज आप नहीं दे सकते. यू हैव टू गो टू द मॉडर्न थिंग्स एंड देन ऑल अदर्स. दैट पेशेंट चॉइस, फॉर एग्जांपल ऑटोनॉमी की बात हुई कि भाई आप इधर जा रहे हो उधर जा रहे हो, आप उससे मजबूर नहीं कर सकते, वगैरह वगैरह. सो लेट मी से द वे फॉरवर्ड. And that is that we have to work, all of us together. Hakims ho, researchers ho, businessmen ho, या हम सोशल वाले हों या पॉलिसी वाले हों, जब तक हम इकट्ठे काम नहीं करेंगे, हम बस यही तानेदारी करते रहेंगे, विल बी नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर। सो इनोवेशन जो भी आप करें, एथिक्स के बगैर एक रिस्क है, and innovation with evidence is a business and social revolution, and that is what we all should be doing. और फिर ड्रैप और कॉम्स्टेक के लिए एडवाइजेज हैं that I already have the presentation, so we can thank you very much ड्रैप कॉम्स्टेक। और कम से कम इन ट्यूटर्स से ही सीख लें कि जी हम कैसे ब्रिज कर सकते हैं, हम कैसे हाथ में हाथ डाल के मुश्किल को पार कर सकते हैं। अगर इनसे भी सीख लें तो मेरे सामने कुछ ना कुछ सीख लें।
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for wonderfully integrating traditional tib into modern healthcare and bridging the Eastern and Western knowledge. Any question from Shinwari Saab? Please. Mic.
Different model for clinical trials in herbal system than the natural allopathic system. So actually, जिस तरह आपने कहा ना, so we normally try to copy paste the system existing by the, और उसी के अंदर लाकर हम सर एक मिसाल के तौर पर अभी कोई GPA इनहिबिटर आया है नया, वो तो एक नई चीज़ है, ये दुनिया में इससे पहले थी नहीं। और नॉर्मली होता क्या है कि एक चीज़ WHO वो FDA अप्रूव करती है, 5 साल के बाद उसको विड्रॉ भी कर लेती है। बट वी आर टॉकिंग ऑफ द थिंग जो कि 5-6 हज़ार साल से या 2-3 सैकड़ों सालों से इस्टेब्लिश्ड है। सर तो वी शुड, सर ड्रैप को भी सजेस्ट करें कि सर कॉपी पेस्ट ना करें क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स के प्रोसीजर्स, और ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, ट्रेडिशनल जो नॉलेज है उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करके हमारी जो क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स को रीडिजाइन किया जाए। थैंक यू।
just to clarify to you, मंजूर भी बैठे हैं, अगर गलती कर बैठे तो डालना नहीं है। और रशीद साहब was mainly, I mean, he retired from there now in comstech, but we work together and he mashallah did a lot of good things. What in this case, जब हम इस पे करते हैं अपने हर्बल में, there are some exemptions in the beginning. जो आप एलोपैथी की कंपाउंड की करते हैं, there you have a lot of basic things, animal trial, जो उसके बेसिक्स हैं वो 10 साल, अब तो जरा उन्होंने भी कम कर दिया, 10 years लेते थे फ्रॉम इन्वेंशन टू एप्लीकेशन। इन्होंने कट एंड पेस्ट नहीं किया, अच्छा किया कि कुछ बेसिक स्टेप्स को कहा कि नहीं जरूरत। अगर आप किसी रेफरेंस दे दो फार्माकोपिया का, प्रॉपर आप इसका वो दे दो कि जी ये यूज हो रहा था, रिकॉर्डेड है और ठीक है, तो फिर आपको कहते हैं कि अच्छा जी ठीक है, गुड, register X number of people with the draft, there is a registration disk available, और फिर वो जो लोग जो यूज कर रहे हैं कम से कम उनको दरखास्त है कि ये डेटा कंप्यूटर पे डाल के और शेयर करें विद द ड्राफ्ट। दैट वुड बी व्हाट द क्लिनिकल ट्रायल वुड बी, कि जी उसका उसे क्या होगा, उसे ये होगा कि आप ये बताएंगे कि जी क्या आपने इसको सिंगुलर यूज किया, क्या आपने साथ कोई एस्पिरिन XYZ भी कहा, इंटीग्रेट किया, क्या आपने था कि कोई खुदा ना खास्ता इससे दस्त लग गए, नहीं लगे, वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह। तो ये चूंकि हम ये कहते हैं ना, आप कभी भी ये नहीं कह सकते कि ये जो है ना बिल्कुल कोई इसका साइड इफेक्ट नहीं है, ये गलत बात आप ये कह नहीं सकते। अगर आप उसके साथ मसा आपको एडवाइस करते हैं ना, मैं आपको छोटी सी मिसाल दे, अगर आप, मैं खुद आजकल खा रहा हूँ इसलिए ये इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी लीक करता हूँ, कि रात को खाने में मैं अदरक और ये क्या जिंजर खाता हूँ कच्चा थोड़ा सा, तो मेरा ब्लड प्रेशर है नहीं वैसे, लेकिन वो अगर कभी होता भी था तो नहीं, और अच्छी तरह सोता हूँ। अब उसके लेकिन अब ये आपके लिए, अगर आप ही को अच्छा मुझे डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा था कि मेरे लिए ठीक है मैं भी करूँ, नहीं, लेकिन अगर कल आपने स्केलिंग अपनी करनी है, ब्लड निकालना है, तो यू हैव नॉट टू यूज इट फॉर 3-4 days, बिकॉज आपका ब्लड को रेगुलेट नहीं होगा। जब आप ब्लड निकालोगे तो वहां पे फिर मसला होगा, क्योंकि ये आपको थिन करता है। ये जो सिंपल सी बात आसान सी अल्फाज में समझाने की एक नाकाम कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, मुझे भी 3 दिन बाद पठान समझ आता है, कोई और पठान भी बैठे हैं, तो बट What I'm saying to you is कि हमने सिर्फ ये करना है इन दोस्तों को कि कोई 2-4 बंदे रजिस्टर्ड कर दे चीज ये एक मैंने जो अभी आपको मिसाल कर क्लिनिक के दिए वी आर ट्राइंग टू रजिस्टर इट हैव अ सिस्टम और उसके बेसिक स्टेप्स आपके हैं लेकिन अगर आपके फर्म को आपने रेफरेंस देना कि यस उसके बगैर नहीं कि नहीं मैंने इजाद किया तो बस ठीक है नहीं आपने उसको करना
सर एक सवाल बल्कि एक
We will have a
ओके नो प्रॉब्लम
लंच के बाद हमारे जो सेशंस हैं उसके बाद एक कंप्लीट क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन होगा जो फुल डे के क्वेश्चन आंसर हम एक साथ एड्रेस करेंगे. I am pleased to announce that we have Mr. Nadeem Khalid, CEO, Herbal Private Limited with us. I request Zapta Saab to kindly present him the sheet. Nadeem Khalid Saab, please join us on the stage.
आपने चाहिए मैडम इसको गिरफ्तार करके पेश किया इसको सजा
We have had a very productive morning sessions with valuable insights from our distinguished speakers. I thank all presenters and participants for their contributions. We will now break for lunch and reconvene at 2 p.m. for the afternoon sessions. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Moving forward with our scientific sessions. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Ehsanul Haq, Chairperson, Department of Pharmacy, Quaid-e-Azam University. Professor Ehsan is a distinguished academic and researcher in pharmaceutical sciences. He bridges the gap between traditional herbal wisdom and modern drug discovery metrics. We look forward to learning from his technical insights today. Welcome, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity to talk these scholars and multidimensional professionals, including the regulators, industrialists, as well as the scientists. So today I will be talking about the integration of herbal medicines into the primary healthcare system. And I will try to bridge the gap between the modern system of medicine and herbal system of medicine. And then I will have some point of view that can be presented before the audience to discuss and deliberate that this can be a way forward and that can be a beneficial for our national needs as well as international needs and will fulfill the financial needs and financial health of the country as well. So, while talking about the integration of herbal medicines into the primary healthcare system, why integration matters? So, we were talking about the primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary care systems, and we have developed the modern system of medicine from the last 200 years, and we have focused on this modern system of medicines, while some of the stress is placed on the traditional system of medicines and herbal system of medicines, and they were not giving the same weightage as per the requirement of the time, and there was I can say that there was a marketing of the modern system of medicine so strong that it was the suppressive in nature for the herbal medicine. It was not actually taking forward the herbal medicine as well as the modern medicine all together. It was not a combined growth, but it was a suppressive growth of the modern system of medicine, and the herbal system of medicine was suppressed. So in the previous speakers have some comments on this, that whenever we do not have any regime or any treatment for any ailment, and we have no treatment in the modern system of medicine, then some of the patients are returned back and they are sent home, and then they are agreeing to try that we should use the traditional system of medicine or herbal system of medicine. So in this scenario, what we are missing and what we are lacking and what we are we doing something wrong, or we are actually on the right path? We have to discuss these things in this presentation ahead. So increasing the public use of herbal medicine is there, already discussed and well established. Cell medication is widespread in the case of herbal medicines, and it is as per the need of time, and it is being transmitted from years and years, and now it is fading away. The knowledge of the herbal medicine, which was carrying by our ancestors, is becoming weaker and weaker due to its practicing, and there is a gap on the stress and market and as well as its valuation. So it will be sometime, can create a health problem or big disaster in our society. So we should point it out, and we should have an eye on it, and we should be a preventive in nature. So in this scenario, we need to make some strategy, and we make to hand, and the advisor and the policymakers should focus on this point, that how we can prevent our society from this healthcare disaster. So herbal medicine is already part of our healthcare behavior. Need of safe, regulated, evidence-based, informed-based use of this medicine is required, and it is in place nowadays. Now, afterwards, from the 2012, after the establishment of DRAP Act and after the establishment of health and OTC regulation is there, and it is helping us. It is trying in the best way to provide us the safe medicine, and also giving the progress in this direction, and also is the custodian. Now the custodian of this chapter of our healthcare system is the health and OTC division of the DRAP, and it is helping us, I think, to prevent us from this disaster. So WHO is also supporting now the integration of this herbal medicine, natural medicine, and traditional system of medicine into the main system of treatment. And this integration is very important, and it should be very logical, and it should be very effective. This is the question we need to address today. So this is the main era of the herbal medicine, and we can see that this herbal medicine is associated, transforming with the time, with the technology link. It is the technology linked transformation of the healthcare system. Here we can see that there is a gap in the herbal medicine and herbalist and the technology used. Sometimes this system is neglecting and not putting its weightage because it is not including the highest or latest technology during its manufacturing, and also is not ensuring to the public that this can be attained, the quality can be attained by utilization of the modern machineries and equipment. As soon as the human being is being advanced, right? Its knowledge about the technology is getting advanced, then the belief in the medicine is also required, the use of the medicine or quality through the equipment, technology, quality through the technology. That is the design that is lacking in the herbal medicine, and the DRAP is, I think, is putting its efforts to take the direction and moving the herbal medicine towards the inclusion of the technology in its production and advancement with the time. I think it is very positive thing, and we should further move towards it. So the traditional medicine is helping us to manage the healthcare problems, issues from the thousands of the years. It is being tested on the human being. It is a natural, right? And the allopathic system of medicine, evidence-based, it is acute attacks are very effectively controlled and treated with the modern system of medicine or allopathic system of medicine, right? But to cure the chronic attack, we must need the preventive medicine sometime, and prevention is sometime is available in the traditional system of medicine effectively that was being provided by the previous ages, and it has some documentary proof. But here we need to link that technology in the in our left part, that is the traditional system of medicine. What we see is that is the lacking of technology. We are not inclusive to introduce technologies in the our left hand, means the traditional system of medicine. If we will not include the technologies, then this system cannot run in the technological age proper. ये हमेशा से माजूर ही रहेगा. अगर हमें इसकी माजूरी को खत्म करना होगा तो हमें इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड इसको पाँव लगाने ही होंगे ताकि उसमें लोगों का ट्रस्ट बिल्ड हो और लोग इसको चलें. तो इसके ऊपर हमें फर्दर सोचना है. So current situation in the Pakistan is that the formal healthcare system is there and informal herbal sector is there. Sometimes herbal sector was so suppressed that the intelligent minds cannot be included in this herbal system of medicine previously, particularly from the previous 50-60 years. And the preference of the students and the intellectual mind, intellectual people, their intentions were to attain the education from the modern system of medicine. आप देखें कि हिकमत में लोग इतनी आराम से दाखला लेने नहीं जाएंगे. So overall content, what is the wealth of a system of medicine? It is not only the thing, it is not only the medicine, it is the actually the brain power that is delivering the health to the patients, and it is overall content of the brain power is very important. And we need to focus on it, that how we can increase the intellectual capability of herbal system by including the most strongest brain from the human beings. And this needs a strategy, and this needs a move from the government as well as from the regulators as well as, and intentions of the industries as well as. So I have already acknowledged the CRAP and TRAPAC that it has done a wonderful job, that we have taken these industries and herbal industries from the very low level, from the streets to the industrial states. तो ये जो हमारे पास स्ट्रीट्स के अंदर छोटे छोटे कमरों के अंदर हर्बल इंडस्ट्री थी, और उसको वहां से उठा के हमने इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट्स में ले आए. That is contribution of the DRAP and DRAP Act 2012. Right? Now, what we need to do to further strengthen it, right? And we need to move forward. We have seen that overall, there is the burden, disease burden per person per year and per family per year has been increased exponentially. वो लोग जो पहले 40 साल तक कभी बीमार नहीं होते थे, अभी वो अर्ली एज में बहुत सारी मेडिसिन लेते हैं. अब दो ही बातें हैं कि या अर्ली एज में मेडिसिन पे पैसे लगा लो, या प्रिवेंटिव मेडिसिन हमें लेटेस्ट हमारा लाइफस्टाइल है. हम लाइफस्टाइल पे किसी को लेक्चर देने को कहेंगे कि आप लेटेस्ट लाइफस्टाइल ना अटेन करो तो कोई भी हमारी बात नहीं मानेगा. व्हाट इज द इनोवेशन? We need to attain the modern lifestyle as well as, and then we need to seek the problem arising from the modern lifestyle, And then we need to design the preventive medicine, preventive food items, right? Prevention is always better than the treatment. So in this direction, we need to include the proper professional people in this system, and we need to make a strategy, and we need to move forward through a policy. So policy making and inclusion of these things are very important and need to be considered. सर मुझे टाइम बताते चाहिएगा. So what is the challenges in the current distribution channels? So one thing we have moved forward and we have done extremely well in the channelization of the modern system of medicines and our transportation systems and their distribution from the manufacturing to the patient. It is very widely acceptable and well regulated, and it is well channelized. At the same time, all these things, all these parameters which we have developed, evolved, implemented for the modern system of medicines, previously we have neglected in the traditional system of medicine. Medicine is medicine. It does not mean it is traditional or it is modern. So all the parameters, all the protocols for both the system should have been the similar. But due to the neglected areas and the marketing potential, financial benefits that have put in the pressure on the modern acquisition of the markets, and then the modern technologies, they have made their pathway clean and well established, but other pathways are neglected. But it is a good time now. World have seen many things, and now they are again moving backward. And in this, while the world is again coming back to the natural medicines and therapies, and they are again adopting it, this is a good point. It is a good opportunity, actually. If we grasp it, we make it. If we are the first in grasping this opportunity, I think our national need, as well as we will be leader in the international market as well. Many of the, you can see from the stall that there are so many companies are there, and their quality control parameters can be seen from the product development and all the things. We can see that a few years back, this was not the scenario in the traditional system of medicine, nutraceutical products, and the herbal medicine. But now it is moving forward. There is a positive competition and there is an opportunity. When there is an opportunity, this is actually the power. Opportunity is the power for the country, for the regulator, for the industrialist, and for the people of that country. We need to have this opportunity been converted into a good system. Whenever there are finances are involved, and financial opportunity is the biggest power to move forward and take to a particular direction. So in this case, we can see that the natural products, herbal products have the huge market worldwide. And the one thing is that our colleague was just discussed that there is a climatic monopoly of Pakistan. Actually, I will say it a monopoly. Monopoly is the opportunity from where we can make more profit. Some seasonal monopoly, and there are some regional monopolies. A particular region have the particular capability to produce particular sort of a very quality herbal products or herbs that can be, if standardized, value added, can be converted into a huge financial benefits if we are wise enough. And that we say that there is a brain drain from the Pakistan, but if our brain is working in Pakistan, still we can make the money while standing here in Pakistan. So if actually brain is there, then there should be money as well. So it is the same way कि अगर हम दवाई तो हमारे पास है, जेब में इस्तेमाल ही नहीं करते, ब्रेन तो हमारे दवा इसमें सर में है, अगर हम इस्तेमाल करके पैसे ही नहीं बनाते और हम कहते हैं कि ये चला गया तो ब्रेन भी चला गया, तो हमें उसको इस्तेमाल कर लेना चाहिए ना, अपने घर में तो इस्तेमाल कर लें और उसको आगे ले आए, और हमारे पास बहुत सारी जगहों पे मोनोपोली बन सकती है, इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी आ सकती है, इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी तो मोनोपोली ही है, और वी कैन क्रिएट इट. It is actually nature has provided us. There are many plants. They grow in Pakistan to the highest level of their quality. They cannot be available in the other sectors of the world. But we are not channelizing it. We are not putting the effort in it. We are importing. And at the same time, here I will seek the responsibility. I will seek the support of the DRAB, because they are always asking for the Me Too product, Me Too product. They should incentivize in terms of regulation that our indigenous resources and indigenous knowledge will be registered, regulated with these requirements. Indigenous knowledge, if we are seeking the example from the advanced countries, only accepting that, right? Then where is our indigenous knowledge? We are going to kill it. It will disappear after a few years because modernization is there. So in the policy, there should be some police that indigenous knowledge that is actually created by our own people, that is our own intellectual property, that should be treated in a different way, right? And it should be a part of our policy. I think so. So distribution challenges are there due to the modernization of and our complete focus on the modern medicine. And we are just focusing the people that there was no counter marketing strategies. So marketing strategies of the herbal product and nutraceuticals should be facilitated in the same way. Impression in the general public should be for the preventive medicine. Impression of the public should be better than the treatment. But here, what we have in Pakistan actually, treatment is preferred than prevention. We are not promoting preventive medicine. We are not promoting preventive lifestyles, right? So modernization should be there in every aspect, and there should be facilitated movement in every aspect. So DRAB is actually, I am standing here as an ambassador of DRAB. I am working with the DRAB from the 2012 in the health and OTC division as a quality control expert as well as regulator as well as, and at the same time, I have seen the problems of the industrialist as well as, so I am on the both sides. I am with the industrialist as well as I am with the DRAB as well as, and now I am working in the academia and research. So I will be talking about why the research and academia, industry and DRAB relationship is important and why we should need to focus on it. It is the need of time, right? If we will make it, we will be behind from the world, right? Particularly our neighbor, we will be behind from the India. तो इंडियन मार्केट को भी हम देखें, अपने आप को भी देखें, अपनी पॉपुलेशन को भी देखें, पॉपुलेशन मसला भी हो सकती है, पॉपुलेशन अपॉर्चुनिटी भी हो सकती है। ये तो हमारे हाथ में है उसको क्या बनाना है। हमारे गांव में एक वो फैमिली है, उनके 7 बेटे थे, तो उसने 7 को अपॉर्चुनिटी बना के तो बहुत बड़ा बिजनेस और बहुत सारे काम इकट्ठे कर लिए, सबको अच्छा बना लिया। एक ने 6 पैदा करके जो है ना वो 3-4 डाकू बना लिए, 2-4 इधर बना लिए, 2-4 इधर बना लिए। अब उसकी पॉपुलेशन तो उससे कम थी, लेकिन उसने मसला बना लिया, अपनी जिंदगी भी खराब कर ली, और एक ने अपॉर्चुनिटी बना ली। तो दिस इज व्हाट वी नीड टू थिंक इट, राइट? सो वी नीड टू मूव फॉरवर्ड। Community pharmacy and distribution channels. Actually, I am taking your attention towards this issue that where is the trained intellectual minds? Integration. If we sincerely want integration, we need to train our well-occupied, well-challenging minds. We need to have a control on them. तो इसके अंदर अगर हमने इसमें से देखें कि जो ईस्ट में भी वेस्ट तक अगर हमने जाना है, तो जिस तरह से हमारे पास एक टेक्नोलॉजी वाइड स्प्रेड होती है, उसका स्कोप दुनिया तक होता है, इसी तरह से एक पॉपुलेशन है हमारे पास फार्मासिस्ट की। अब पाकिस्तान में फार्मासिस्ट ज्यादा बना के अपने लिए मसला कर लें, ये भी आपके हाथ में है, और उन्हीं फार्मासिस्ट को इस्तेमाल करके आप चैनलाइज करके इंटीग्रेट कर लें, तिब काउंसिल वाले भी मान जाएं, फार्मेसी काउंसिल वाले भी मान जाएं, और साथ में इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट भी मान जाएं, और उनको प्राइमरीली जितनी डेफिशिएंसी कोर्सेज हैं हम उनको दे के चैनलाइज करके हम इन्हीं हर्बल स्टोर्स को और इन्हीं क्वालिटी कंट्रोल सिस्टम्स को उन्हीं चैनल्स पे उनके बराबर ले जा सकते हैं। मेरा ये ख्याल है कि बुजदार साहब के पास एक नई जिम्मेदारी जो मुझे लगता है वो यही देने वाली है कि इंडस्ट्री तो माशाल्लाह बहुत अच्छी कर ली, चैनलाइजेशन जो है और डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन और प्रैक्टिसिंग, अगर आपने डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के चैनल अच्छे कर लिए हैं, ठीक कर लिए हैं, फार्मेसी पे मेडिसिन लिखवा तो ली है, रखवा तो ली है, अब उस मेडिसिन को प्रिस्क्राइबर जो है उसके राइट किसके पास हैं लीगली? अब हमें उनके राइट्स भी तो देने हैं ना, उनकी कंजम्पशन भी तो प्रॉपर करवानी है, यूटिलाइजेशन भी प्रॉपर करवानी है। So for that purpose, we need to think again on it. So we can see that community pharmacy and Pansar store, if Pansar store will be there, if you can see that unhygienic herbal products are there, so many good families. आखिर यहाँ पे मसला क्या है? ये जो कम्युनिटी फार्मेसी है, हम सारे के सारे मेडिसिन लेने कम्युनिटी फार्मेसी पे तो इजीली जाते हैं, अच्छी फार्मेसीज डेवलप हो गई, डिवार्सन हो गई, शाहीन हो गई, और बहुत सारे हमारे कोलीग्स ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, हमें उनको एक्नॉलेज करना चाहिए, बहुत अच्छी अच्छी साफ सुथरी मेडिसिन की चेन बनाई, फार्मेसीज बनाई। तो आप पंसार स्टोर के अंदर जाके क्यों नहीं इतना कंफर्टेबल फील करते? क्यों? वो असल में गरीबों की मेडिसिन रह गई है। हमने वहां पे फाइनेंशियल और हमने जो हमारी जेनेटरी और जिसके पास पैसा आया उसने कहा मॉडर्न पे कन्वर्ट होना है। हर्बल वालों ने यहाँ पे खड़े हो गया कि हमने मॉडर्नाइजेशन नहीं चाहनी, हमने नई साइंस तहकीक करने के बाद पुराने मेथड को अपडेट करके नई टेक्नोलॉजी पे शिफ्ट नहीं करना। तो फिर वहां पे पंसार स्टोर के ऊपर तो सेल भी कम होगी, प्रॉफिट भी कम होगा, तो वो इतनी अच्छी पंसार स्टोर क्यों बनाएगा? उसकी फाइनेंशियल वायबिलिटी नहीं है। अब या तो इसको हमें उठा के फार्मेसी के साथ अंदर लाना होगा, रेगुलेटेड भी करना होगा, जहां से पैसा आ रहा है उसके बराबर में रखना होगा, या फिर हमें इंटीग्रेट किसी ना किसी तरीके से तो करना होगा। और यहाँ पे ये सारे चैलेंजेस हैं कि वहां पे क्वालिटी जो है हर्बल प्रोडक्ट्स की पंसार स्टोर के ऊपर, और ना वहां पे प्रोफेशनल बंदा, ना वहां पे एजुकेशन, ना वहां पे ट्रेंड। सो प्रोफेशनलिज्म शुड बी देयर, एजुकेटेड पर्सन शुड बी देयर, and the medicine, herbal medicine should be in the safe hand, and it should be treated as medicine. So medicine, that is why we need to have to focus on this aspect as well. So community pharmacies as a gatekeepers, potential role unka, that should be there. We should be inclusive in nature, and we should provide some sort of these things to their. Previously, the curriculum of the Form D has been revised, and it is my honor for me to act as a co-convener to formulate this pharmacognosy or natural or herbal products syllabi. So I have made major changes in the pharmacognosy. And the new pharmacist hopefully will have the capabilities for the practicing of this herbal medicine. So I think the educational institutes and the departments, they are there, they have the intention to provide you the good human power, human resources to deliver this aspect to the community. And I think in the future, we need to regularize it. We need to some of the things, we need to provide this opportunity, and we should ask some regulations regarding the Pharmacy Council of Pakistan for the upgradation and the deficiency courses for the channelization of these herbal medicine and nutraceuticals. So this is actually, the medicine is medicine. It is herbal or it is the modern. अगर मैं हर्बल को ही यहाँ पे कह के ये कह दूं कि मैं क्योंकि हर्बल है तो इसका मैं कहूँ कि साइड इफेक्ट नहीं होता, ये गलत होगा। मैं छुपा तो नहीं सकता। तो ये इंटरेक्शन तो है इसकी। जब इनकी इंटरेक्शन है और हम इंटीग्रेट करके सिस्टम को जो है वो हमने इंटीग्रेटेड सिस्टम बनाना है, तो हमें एजुकेशन का लेवल ऊपर ले जाना पड़ेगा। Practitioners, actually practitioners of this medicine should be very professional and well-trained persons. And they should be well-trained on the modern medicine and modern techniques, modern technologies. Right? So this slide is providing you some examples of interaction of the natural products. And it is just for the comments that there are some interactions and we need to focus on it. So pharmacovigilance of the herbal products is also required if the other products are required. So we need to focus on this and we need to move in this direction before we should be a leader. We should not be a leader. हम सबसे पीछे ना हो। तो अगर हमारे रेगुलेटर और जो पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं, अगर वो थोड़ा सा दिल खुला करें तो हम लीडर हो सकते हैं। अगर वो थोड़ा सा दिल तंग करें तो हम दरमियान में हो सकते हैं। अगर थोड़ा सा और दबाएं तो हम सबसे पीछे हो सकते हैं। आपकी मर्जी है, जहां मर्जी रख लें, दुनिया से आगे चला लें, दुनिया के दरमियान में रख लें, दुनिया से सबसे पीछे कर लें। इट इज अप टू यू, इट इज अप टू अस। तो हमें इसको थोड़ा सा देखना होगा। This is one example of standardization. Why standardization? Why modern technology is required? ये हमारे ही स्टूडेंट हैं, उनका ही पेपर है। ये दतूरा का पेपर पौधा है, दतूरा स्ट्रामोनिया, दतूरा नॉक्सिया। So this is what is the monopoly of the Pakistan or territorial monopoly. This is a good example. इसके ऊपर सिर्फ हमने इसको साबित करने के लिए एक PhD करवाई है। ये दतूरा जो है इस्लामाबाद में भी ग्रो होता है, मैं थल से। ये दतूरा ना थल में भी ग्रो होता है। इस दतूरा के दो कंपोनेंट हैं। इसके अंदर एक इंतहाई पोटेंट किस्म का एंटी कैंसर एजेंट है, ठीक है, और एक बहुत पोटेंट किस्म का एक वेदेनोलाइड है और एक ट्राइटर्पिनाइड है, और वो बहुत पोटेंट किस्म का एंटी इन्फ्लेमेटरी एजेंट है। ट्राइटर्पिनाइड धूप में उड़ जाता है, ठीक है। वेदेनोलाइड जो है वो ठंडे मौसम में पैदा नहीं होता। अब ये जो है हमने इस्लामाबाद के अंदर जो दतूरा लेते वो सिर्फ एंटी इन्फ्लेमेटरी इन नेचर होता, उसमें एंटी कैंसर इफेक्ट नहीं है। हमने सीजनल वेरिएशन और इसके ऊपर काम किया, और जो उधर लैया में और थल के इलाके में जो प्रोड्यूस होता है उसमें एंटी कैंसर इफेक्ट बहुत ज्यादा, उसमें एंटी इन्फ्लेमेटरी इतना नहीं है। This is the example of territory, a climatic region. This climatic region need to be focused, and modern medicine should have all the answers regarding the situation. If our research is not moving towards the modernization, even though कि हमने इसके ऊपर सिर्फ और सिर्फ, इसी तरह से हमारे पास वधीनिया सोमनिफेर अश्वगंधा, अश्वगंधा के अंदर इंडिया कितना काम कर रहा है। अश्वगंधा के ऊपर मुझे काम करते 10 साल हो गए, सिर्फ इस बात को इंश्योर करने के लिए कि जिस दिन मैंने काटना है ना, उस दिन से पहले कितने दिन पहले उसको पानी और इरिगेशन होनी चाहिए, कितने दिन धूप लगनी चाहिए, और यूवी रेडिएशन का लेवल क्या होना चाहिए। अगर मुझे बारिश पड़ गई है उसके ऊपर और मैं उसकी कटाई नहीं रोकता, और मैं आपको, आप जितने मर्जी डीएनए बारकोडिंग सब कुछ चेक कर लें, मैं पूरा करवा दूंगा, लेकिन उसके अंदर एफिकेसी नहीं होगी। आपको एफिकेसी और उसके मॉडर्न पैरामीटर्स जब तक आप एड्रेस नहीं करेंगे, आप इनको डिस्कवर करके लोकलाइज और फार्मर्स को ट्रेंड नहीं करेंगे, आगे चैनलाइज नहीं करेंगे, स्टैंडर्ड सप्लाई चेन बहाल नहीं करेंगे, तो हमसे वर्ल्ड में लीडिंग भी नहीं होनी। वर्ल्ड लीडर बनने के लिए हमें कैपेबिलिटी भी अपने अंदर डालनी पड़ेगी। सो वी मस्ट बी हैविंग ऑल दीज एस्पेक्ट एंड ऑल दीज थिंग्स इन माइंड। इसलिए मैं ये कहूंगा कि जब तक हम जॉइंट वेंचर पे नहीं आते, हमारे पास रास्ता आगे स्ट्रांग नहीं हो सकते। देखिए, जॉइंट वेंचर करके 1 करोड़ कमा लें और 10-10 लाख ले लें, ठीक है, और इंडिविजुअल ले रह के 10,000 कमा लें और हैंड टू माउथ रह लें। जब तक जॉइंट वेंचर को हम ओपन हार्टली और एक्सपोनेंशियली ग्रोथ की फॉर्म में नहीं देखते, हमें इस बेनिफिट्स की हार्वेस्टिंग का लेवल हमारा लो ही रहेगा। जितना हम ऊपर जाएंगे उतना ही हमारे बेनिफिट हार्वेस्टिंग का लेवल थोड़ा बढ़ता जाएगा, एक्सपोनेंशियली बढ़ेगा। सो हियर what is the limited formal herbal medicine training in the pharmacy curricula was there. So we are regulator, but we feel that in our curricula there was a limiting. Our education has limiting expertise to induce within us. So we have tried to address it, but it needs further attentions as well in the future. So possible solution, continued professional development should be there. Certificate program for specialization and practicing of these pharmacies should be there. It is very important to upgrade, to take this education to the next level. There should be specialization in the pharmacists as well. We should introduce such courses from the Pharmacy Council of Pakistan or jointly from the TIB Council and Pharmacy Council. अगर TIB Council अपना स्टैंडर्ड नहीं ऊपर करना चाहती और इन दोनों में कभी ये इकट्ठा बैठना ही नहीं चाहते, तो क्या हमें फिर इसको छोड़ ही देना चाहिए? ये एक सवाल है। नहीं, when there is a gap, someone will come to fill it. Do not leave a gap or fill the gap by yourself. I think we have sufficient number, more than 60,000 pharmacists are available in Pakistan. And we can channelize it now. Otherwise, we will have the problem of holding these too much pharmacists in our country. Then it will also be a problem. फिर अगर आप उन्हें काम पे, सीधे काम पे नहीं लगाएंगे तो वो कोई उल्टा काम करेंगे। अब उल्टा काम जो अगर वो करेंगे तो फिर हम रेगुलेटर पकड़ के उनको कहीं बंद कर देंगे या सजा देंगे। तो आपने हम बड़ों का ये काम है कि हम काम पे लगाएं, काम क्रिएट करें और सीधे रास्ते पे लगाते जाएं और वर्ल्ड में हमें आगे जाते जाएं. So this is possible. Postgraduate diplomas can be there and deficiency courses. If the council is agreeing, then we should have the deficiency courses from the TIB council, and the person who is taking these deficiency courses, then they can be registered as a practitioner in the TIB council as well. So mutualism should be there. और अब BEMS वाले हैं, उनको फार्मेसी डिपार्टमेंट जो है ना वो एडमिशन देने को तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारी पॉलिसी और फार्मेसी काउंसिल नहीं मानती, और BEMS वाले जो हैं वो फार्मासिस्ट को रखने को तैयार नहीं है. तो अगर आप अकेले और आइसोलेशन में रहेंगे तो पावर को नहीं बनती. इंटीग्रेशन, अभी हमारे पास टीवी अलहदा कहाँ है, वो तो अब हमारे मोबाइल में है. कैमरा अलहदा कहाँ है, वो तो हमारे मोबाइल में है. एक मोबाइल में 50 टेक्नोलॉजीज इंटीग्रेट करके हम मोबाइल तो उठाए फिरते हैं. हम प्रोफेशंस को इंटीग्रेट करने को एग्री नहीं कर रहे. अब जब हम इसको एग्री नहीं कर रहे तो जो है ना वो हमारे लिए एक मसला होगा. सो फार्मासिस्ट प्रिस्क्राइबिंग ऑफ द हर्बल मेडिसिन, right? We can achieve it. If we have deficiency courses, we have special certificates, and if we have special training, right? We can have the house job as well for the pharmacist for the prescribing of this herbal medicine. We should think in this direction as well. So, although by law, OTC are under the control of pharmacist, but sometimes practicing is not allowed. So what is the difference between the by law and regulator? It should be illegal. We need to find out that what is the problem between the OTC and practicing. And there is a gap. If there is a gap, practicing of the herbal products to a particular extent should be allowed, right? For a specialized extent, अगर हम यही फंड अगर मूव करना शुरू करता है ना हर्बल मेडिसिन की तरफ, तो इंशाल्लाह कुछ ही देर के बाद आपके पास एडवांस डिजीजेस के लिए भी हर्बल के बड़े बड़े हॉस्पिटल बन जाएंगे, क्योंकि वहां पे फाइनेंस नहीं है. लेकिन अगर ये इंटीग्रेट नहीं करेंगे तो फिर वो उस तरह से कॉन्फिडेंस डेवलप नहीं होगा, वहां से फाइनेंस नहीं आएगा और डेवलपमेंट में नए वो बन नहीं सकेंगे हमारे पास. सो वी कैन प्रोवाइड our counseling are these things and parameters. I think the pharmacists can provide all these possible services to the community, so they can be channelized and they can be utilized. So strengthening the supply chain, raw materials, we have discussed the raw materials of herbal products. That is, it has challenge, and it is challenge. And we need to, one of the stakeholder for the raw material supply should be a farmer. There should be a channelized farming system to sustainably feed the herbal industries. And the industrialists are not making the partnership with the farmers. In the Pakistan, farmers are available for working, even though sometimes आपने देखा होगा कभी आलू रुल गया, कभी गोभी रुल गई, उनके पास they have only a small potential to produce few crops. Why you are not giving them the opportunity to grow your crops and standardize it and provide it to you? And we need to include them. They are a stakeholder. They are actually the part of a good supply chain. So we need to traceability issue and counterfeit products. We can, if farmer is our stakeholder, we can monitor all these things and we can ensure that quality is there and everything is streamlined. So herbal pharmacovigilance should be there. There are some side effects of the medicine can be some side effects, and it should be reporting system should be there. So this is the proposed integration model. TRAP and Health and OTC division should again take this responsibility to make all the things, regulations, and move forward to regulate the, whenever they are regulating the manufacturer, community pharmacies, and training pharmacists and patients. So actually, BRAP is regulating the industry, regulating the product, regulating the supply chain, but it is not providing the opportunity to practice these herbal products to the patients through the competent persons. तो जब तक आप स्पेशलाइजेशन के थ्रू कोई भी कंपिटेंट प्रैक्टिशनर अपनी चेन में नहीं लाएंगे तो हर्बल प्रोडक्ट उस तरह से कम्युनिटी को सर्व नहीं होंगे जिस पर्पस के तहत वो होने चाहिए. तो हम वी आर जस्ट हार्वेस्टिंग 10% ऑफ benefits of these natural products, herbal products. We are not harvesting more than that. It can be up to 90% or more than that if we transform its, channelize its practices. So expected outcome will be improved patient safety, better public trust, reduced reliance on the unregulated channels, enhanced pharmacovigilance, greater health care access, rational use of the herbal medicine, strong primary healthcare system will be there, and it will be primary needs of the patients will be met by these trained professionals. So this is the policy recommendations, and we will have more the deliberation and point on these policy recommendations in the question and answer session, as well as tomorrow in the after discussion after the lunch. So herbal medicines are already part of healthcare practitioner. Next step is not simply wider availability, safe use integration in the healthcare system, and then it can be provided integrated. There is no restriction. I think we can easily integrate it into the actual system because the manpower is there, products are there, both things are there. We need to legalize it and regulate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Apologies for taking the extra time.
Thanks, sir. Thank you very much for valuable insight. Now we are pleased to have here with us Mr. Amir Rauf and Dr. Tabiba Saima Gayas from Hamdard University with us. Dr. Tabiba will share valuable perspectives on integration of Eastern medicine into modern healthcare systems. I welcome you on stage, Dr. Tabiba Saima Gayas.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected audience, researchers and organizers, Assalamu alaikum. As introduced me, I am Dr. Tabiba Saima Gayas, and today I'm pleased to present my topic on integrating Unani medicine into modern healthcare challenges and opportunities. This presentation has been prepared by under the wisdom of Professor Dr. Hakim Abdul Hanan Sahab and Dr. Amir Rauf and myself from Hamdard University, Hamdard, Pakistan. हम सुबह से इंटीग्रेटिव मेडिसिन पे और यूनानी मेडिसिन पे खासकर कुछ सुन रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं कोशिश करूंगी कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन में भी शामिल हैं वो ऑलरेडी डिस्कस हो चुकी हैं तो उनको रिपीट ना कर दूँ, बट कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी भी हैं जो कि इससे पहले इसकी प्रेजेंटेशन में थी और उनको सुन के अंदाज़ा हुआ कि यूनानी मेडिसिन के हवाले से कुछ मिसकंसेप्शंस भी मौजूद हैं हमारे माइंड्स में. तो मैं अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन में कोशिश करूंगी कि जहाँ जहाँ मुमकिन हुआ उन मिसकंसेप्शंस को करेक्ट करती जाऊं. यूनानी मेडिसिन हमें पता है कि इसके स्ट्रॉन्ग हिस्टोरिकल बैकग्राउंड है, मोर देन 66,000 ईयर्स, और वो बेसिकली अपनी एक फिलॉसफी रखती है. कोई भी सिस्टम ऑफ मेडिसिन विदाउट फिलॉसफी एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता. हम हर्बल मेडिसिन की बात करते हैं, हर्बल मेडिसिन बेसिकली कोई सिस्टम ऑफ मेडिसिन नहीं है Unani medicine, Ayurveda, या Chinese traditional medicine, they are the system of medicine basically. तो हम डे बाय डे देख रहे हैं इन रिसेंट ईयर्स कि यूनानी मेडिसिन या इंटीग्रेटिव मेडिसिन की या ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन की पॉपुलेशन में इजाफा हो रहा है और जो है ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन और मॉडर्न हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम की इंटीग्रेशन जो है वो तेजी के साथ डिमांड में आ रही है। ये इंटीग्रेशन बहुत ज़्यादा चैलेंजेस भी रखती है। इसमें हमें बहुत ज़्यादा चैलेंजेस को भी फेस करना पड़ेगा और साथ हमारे पास कुछ अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी हैं। तो मैं आज अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन में उन चैलेंजेस को भी हाईलाइट करूंगी और अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी डिस्कस करूंगी। So, integrative medicine is a healthcare approach that combines modern medicine with traditional and complementary therapies. It focuses on treating the whole person rather than only the disease. ये patient-centered approach रखती है. This approach considers physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual health. It promotes prevention of disease and maintenance of overall well-being. हमदर्द इंटीग्रेटिव मेडिसिन के हवाले से ऑलरेडी स्टेप ले चुका है दोनों सूत्रों में एज फार एज एजुकेशन इज कंसर्न इन 1995 BMS program has been initiated by Hamdard and as far as clinical practice is concerned, Shifa Mulk Memorial Hospital is one of the only यूनानी मेडिसिन हॉस्पिटल जहाँ पे यूनानी मेडिसिन के साथ साथ मॉडर्न मेडिसिन की भी प्रैक्टिस की जाती है। Evidence-based complementary therapies like herbal medicine, complementary alternative medicine, TCM, and Ayurveda may be included or may be contributed in integrative system. The main goal of integrative medicine is to improve quality of life and achieve better health outcomes. It encourages healthy lifestyle practices such as balanced diet, exercise, stress management, and proper sleep. हम तो आज से कुछ साल पहले जब मैं अपना एमफिल कर रही थी तो वो मेरा यूनानी मेडिसिन की फिलॉसफी कोर्स फिलॉसफी के ऊपर टेम्परामेंट और ह्यूमर्स के ऊपर था। उस वक्त जब मैंने उस पर लिटरेचर सर्च करना शुरू किया तो यूरोप में लाइफ स्टाइल गवर्निंग फैक्टर्स का बहुत शोहरा था और वो लाइफ स्टाइल गवर्निंग फैक्टर्स बेसिकली वही फैक्टर्स हैं जो कि आज से हजारों साल पहले असबाब फित्ता ज़रूरिया के नाम से तिब्बे यूनानी में बताए जा चुके हैं। So the Unani medicine, as we know, it originates from ancient Greco-Arabic system of medicine and healing tradition, and was further refined and systematized by renowned scholars such as Ibn Sina. And the philosophy based on theory of four. Epictetus was the first to postulate the theory of four elements: fire, air, water, and earth. And Aristotle ने इन्हीं चार अनासिर के साथ इन अरकान के साथ जो है वो 4 क्वालिटीज को एसोसिएट किया जिन्हें के बाद में गैलन ने टेम्परामेंट का नाम दिया और हिपोक्रेट ने फिर जो है इन्हीं 4 एलिमेंट्स से एसोसिएटेड 4 ह्यूमर्स ब्लड, फ्लैम, येलो बाइल एंड ब्लैक बाइल का कॉन्सेप्ट दिया। द सिस्टम इज बेस्ड ऑन द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ मेंटेनिंग harmony among the bodily humors to preserve health and prevent diseases. This system focuses on individualized, holistic, and patient-centered treatment approaches. Temperament-based approach होती है। हम सुबह से सुन रहे हैं मुख्तलिफ चीजें। एक कॉन्सेप्ट ये भी था कि जनाब इससे पहले स्पीकर ने या उससे पहले भी ये डिस्कस हुआ कि जो है फार्मेसी के जो फार्मासिस्ट हैं वो हर्बल मेडिसिन प्रेस्क्राइब करते हैं या फिर ये कि जो हम बात करते हैं कि वन पिल इज नॉट गुड फॉर ऑल, तो वो सिर्फ पेशेंट के लिए नहीं है। हम पेशेंट का टेम्परामेंट भी इवेल्युएट नहीं करते, हम ड्रग का टेम्परामेंट भी इवेल्युएट करते हैं। यूनानी मेडिसिन में हर का टेम्परामेंट गिवन है, मौजूद है और उसकी इवेल्युएशन के भी पैरामीटर्स हैं। इवन एंशियंट लिटरेचर से हमें कंपाउंड फॉर्मुलेशंस के टेम्परामेंट इवेल्युएशन के भी मेथड्स मिलते हैं। तो हम न सिर्फ पेशेंट का टेम्परामेंट देखते हैं बल्कि मेडिसिन भी कि उसके टेम्परामेंट के अकॉर्डिंग, उसकी डिजीज के अकॉर्डिंग उसे कौन सी मेडिसिन प्रिस्क्राइब की जाएगी। द वेज ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट इंक्लूड डाइटोथेरेपी, रेजिमेंटल थेरेपी, फार्माकोथेरेपी एंड सर्जरी। रेजिमेंटल थेरेपीज आजकल बहुत सिस्टम ऑफ टाइम जो बहुत गेटिंग फेम, टपिंग थेरेपी, टर्किश बाथ, मसाज एंड एक्सरसाइजेस। हमदर्द के बतब्स में और हॉस्पिटल्स में ये थेरेपीज जो है वो प्रैक्टिस की जा रही हैं और हमदर्द ने इन्हें जो है अभी मेरे लास्ट स्पीकर ने बहुत अच्छी बात की कि हम कुछ सर्टिफिकेट कोर्सेज या डेफिशिएंसी कोर्सेज या फिर डिप्लोमा कोर्सेज जो हैं इस सिस्टम को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए करें। जब हम मॉडर्न मेडिसिन में फिजियोथेरेपी की बात करते हैं तो वही फिजियोथेरेपी जो है उसी के मोड्स यूनानी मेडिसिन में मौजूद हैं। हमदर्द उनकी प्रैक्टिस कर रहा है, तो हमें कुछ चीज़ों को सिर्फ चैनलाइज करने की, अपग्रेड करने की या सिस्टम में लाने की ज़रूरत है। दिस सिस्टम ऑफ मेडिसिन प्रमोट्स हेल्दी लाइफ स्टाइल, जैसे कि मैंने बात की कि लाइफ स्टाइल गवर्निंग फैक्टर इट्स इंक्लूड environmental air, dietary management, physical and mental activity and rest, sleep and wakefulness, and bodily eliminations and retention. So why we need integration? हम ये बात ही क्यों कर रहे हैं? एलोपैथिक सिस्टम या जो हमारा कन्वेंशनल सिस्टम ऑफ मेडिसिन है उसमें वो एक डेवलप्ड सिस्टम है, उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा हमारे पास अपॉर्चुनिटीज मौजूद हैं, तो फिर हमें इंटीग्रेशन की नीड क्यों है? तो देयर आर सम स्टैटिस्टिक्स जिनको देख के हमें अंदाजा होगा कि वो सिस्टम जो हम समझते हैं कि बहुत डेवलप्ड है और कुछ सर्टेन एरियाज में वो यकीनी तौर पे बहुत डेवलप्ड है, लेकिन कहीं जाके एक लिमिटेशन भी आ जाती है, जिसकी वजह से हम ये देखते हैं कि नंबर ऑफ हॉस्पिटल्स तो बढ़ रहे हैं, बट नंबर ऑफ हॉस्पिटल्स बढ़ने की वजह से क्या हमारे मुल्क के सही मसाइल या ओवरऑल ग्लोबली भी जो सेहत के मसाइल हैं वो भी खत्म हो गए हैं? वो खत्म नहीं हो रहे। तो दीज आर दी स्टेटिस्टिक्स फ्रॉम WHO। ग्लोबल सिचुएशन अगर देखें तो ग्लोबल हेल्थ एक्सपेंडिचर्स एक्सीड्स $9 trillion एनुअली। Aging populations and chronic diseases are rapidly increasing healthcare costs worldwide. As far as chronic diseases is concerned, globally chronic disease accounts for approximately $47 trillion in cumulative economics, or WHO states it consumes nearly 70 to 75% of healthcare spending worldwide. और उसमें वही हमारी जो लाइफ स्टाइल डिजीजेस हैं उनकी मैनेजमेंट आ जाती है मेनली, और इस सब का बर्डन आता है फिर फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री के ऊपर। एंड देन ग्लोबल फार्मास्यूटिकल एक्सपेंडिचर एक्सीड्स $1.5 trillion एनुअली, और इन सारी चीज़ों का इम्पैक्ट आता है हमारे हेल्थ सेक्टर के ऊपर, जिसमें कि ग्लोबल शॉर्टेज ऑफ हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स में एक्सीड 10 million बाय 2030। हम अगर पाकिस्तान की बात करें तो कल मैं एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रही थी कि हमारे यहाँ 127 हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल्स थे ओवर 100,000 पेशेंट्स। क्या हम इस स्टैटिस्टिक्स के साथ अपने मुल्क के सही मसाइल को हल कर सकते हैं? These are the statistics for financial burden from 2030 to 2050. Expected increase global disease burden is expected to rise significantly due to aging populations, lifestyle diseases, stress-related conditions, obesity, and mental health disorders. Aging projection की बात करें तो the population above age 65 is projected to rise from 862 million from 2025 to 1.6 billion 2050. ये कुछ स्टैटिस्टिक्स नेबरिंग कंट्रीज के भी हैं जो कि शो करते हैं कि वहाँ भी हालात कुछ ज़्यादा अच्छे नहीं हैं। फाइनेंशियल बर्डन ऑफ कन्वेंशनल हेल्थ केयर इन पाकिस्तान अगर हम देखें तो पाकिस्तानी स्पेंड्स अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 47.4% ऑफ टोटल हेल्थ केयर एक्सपेंडिचर फ्रॉम देयर ओन पॉकेट्स, जिसे हम आउट ऑफ पॉकेट्स एक्सपेंसेस कहते हैं। एंड ये बर्डन जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। अगर हम वर्ल्ड वाइड देखें तो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली PKR 983 बिलियन $, 4 बिलियन बनता है इन 1 ईयर। और इसी को अगर हम देखें तो ये मोर देन 50% ऑफ हाउस होल्ड एक्सपीरियंस कैटास्ट्रॉफिक हेल्थ एक्सपीरियंस एक्सपेंडिचर्स कॉस्ट कर रहा होता है। तो एंड डायरेक्ट पेमेंट की अगर बात की जाए तो अराउंड 82.8% ऑफ प्राइवेट हेल्थ केयर एक्सपेंडिचर्स हैं made through direct out of pocket payments over insurance or government schemes. So these statistics shows that there is a strong need of affordable, accessible and sustainable healthcare systems. इसीलिए हमें जो है वो इंटीग्रेशन की नीड है। अब बात करें कि इस इंटीग्रेशन में हमें चैलेंजेस क्या क्या हैं, तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज तो एजुकेशन का है। So lack of public awareness, proper education, outdated teaching methods are there, जिसकी वजह से हमें यहाँ पे इंटीग्रेशन की प्रॉब्लम्स आएंगे। किसी भी सिस्टम में जब कोई डिग्री प्रोग्राम लॉन्च हो जाता है तो उसके बाद जो डिप्लोमा प्रोग्राम्स हैं वो मतलूब हो जाते हैं। पाकिस्तान में अनफॉर्चुनेटली ऐसा नहीं हो सका। 1995 से लेके अब तक 31 ईयर्स हो चुके हैं। BMS प्रोग्राम, डिग्री प्रोग्राम लॉन्च हो चुका है इन यूनानी मेडिसिन, बट उसके बावजूद डिप्लोमा प्रोग्राम जिसे कि फाजिल तिब्बुल जराहत कहते हैं वो उसी तरह एग्जिस्ट करता है। सो दैट के इट मीन्स कि हमने खुद को अपग्रेड नहीं किया या हम अपग्रेडेशन की तरफ नहीं गए हैं। देन जो दूसरा चैलेंज है वो हम इससे मजीद भी हम आगे बात करेंगे, रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन। लैक ऑफ रिसर्च कल्चर इन पाकिस्तान इज हियर। हम देखते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट की सपोर्ट के बगैर जो है किसी भी सिस्टम में जो है वो रिसर्चेस पॉसिबल नहीं होती हैं। जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल या इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिसर्चेस होती हैं वो इंस्टीट्यूट्स को या किसी हद तक इंडस्ट्री को सपोर्ट करने के लिए होती हैं। So we are seeking support for research and development for the integration of this system. कवानीन यकीनी तौर पे मौजूद हैं तालीम के लिए भी और दवासाजी के लिए भी, लेकिन हमें उसमें मज़ीद स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की और इम्प्रूवमेंट की ज़रूरत है। हम रॉ मटेरियल या जो हमारी कन्वेंशनल मेडिसिन है उन्हीं की के लॉज के ऊपर यूनानी मेडिसिन की प्रोडक्ट्स की स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन नहीं कर सकते। एज फार एज एजुकेशन इज कंसर्न्ड, तो यहाँ पे कुछ स्टेटिस्टिक्स मैंने शो किए हैं जिससे हम ये अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि अगर हम इस सिस्टम की इंटीग्रेशन की बात करते हैं यूनानी मेडिसिन और मॉडर्न हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम की, तो हमें क्या चैलेंजेस सामने आ सकते हैं। अगर नंबर ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट्स देखें तो MBBS एंड BDS कॉलेजेस के लिए जो है वो 175 to 176 कॉलेजेस एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज में ये प्रोग्राम कंडक्ट किया जा रहा है, जबकि BMS सिर्फ 11 यूनिवर्सिटीज में, बल्कि 10 यूनिवर्सिटीज में एक कॉलेज है। और जो एनुअल इनटेक है वो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 11,000 MBBS सीट्स हैं, जबकि BDS में 1200 सीट्स हैं। और as far as BMS is concerned, there are only 500 to 700 seats estimated. और इसी तरह जो है पास आउट ग्रेजुएट्स का रेशो भी हम देखते हैं कि वो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 20% हम अगर ड्रॉप आउट्स रखते हैं। तो इस स्टैटिस्टिक्स के बाद हमें देखना चाहिए कि क्या हम इन सिस्टम्स की इंटीग्रेशन कर सकते हैं इसमें। तो उसके लिए हमें पहले BMS सिस्टम को अपग्रेड करना होगा, इसको स्ट्रेंथन करना होगा और इस प्रोग्राम को जो है वो हमें एक्सपेंड करना होगा, तब फिर हम जो है इसकी इंटीग्रेशन को करने में कामयाब हो सकेंगे। अदर मेजर चैलेंजेस और इस पर काफ़ी बात हो चुकी है तो फिर मैं बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगी। साइंटिफिक वैलिडेशन, क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स की नीड है, एविडेंस बेस्ड स्टडीज आर रिक्वायर्ड, सेफ्टी एंड एफिकेसी डेटा इज रिक्वायर्ड। हम कहते हैं हमारी हज़ारों साल से टाइम टेस्टेड मेडिसिन हैं, बट उसके बावजूद जो है वो हमें सेफ्टी एंड एफिकेसी डेटा भी और एविडेंस बेस्ड क्लिनिकल ट्रायल स्टडीज भी रिक्वायर्ड हैं। और प्रॉपर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन जो है वो ग्लोबल एक्सेप्टेंस भी बढ़ा सकती है। इसमें जो है एक चीज़ जैसे अभी ड्रग इंटरेक्शन की बात हो रही थी, कुछ डाटा हमारे पास मौजूद भी है हर्ब्स के हवाले से। अगर हम एंशिएंट बुक्स का लिटरेचर रिव्यू करें तो तमाम हर्ब्स के साथ जो है उनकी मुजरत वहाँ मेंशन की गई है। तो उससे भी और फिर ये भी कि वो किस दवा या किस ग़िज़ा के साथ नहीं दी जा सकती हैं, तो वो इंटरेक्शन की लिटरेचर भी हमारे पास मौजूद है। स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन इश्यूज इस पर बहुत बात हो चुकी है। एडल्ट्रेशन इन रॉ मटेरियल्स हम जानते हैं, और लैक ऑफ यूनिफॉर्म प्रिपरेशन मेथड्स, इनकंसिस्टेंसी इन डोजेज फॉर्म सिस्टम, क्वालिटी कंट्रोल चैलेंजेस मौजूद हैं। यूनानी मेडिसिन की स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन हम कन्वेंशनल मेडिसिन की बुनियादों पे नहीं कर सकते। हमें इस चीज़ को समझने की ज़रूरत है। इसके लिए हमें अलग लॉज बनाने होंगे। उसमें हमें फूड प्रोडक्ट्स के जो लॉज हैं उनसे किसी हद तक मदद मिल सकती है, लेकिन इनकी स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन जो है वो रॉ मटेरियल की मेयारबंदी के ऊपर होगी, वो हमारे लिए यूजफुल हो सकती है। और रॉ मटेरियल की स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन जो है उसके लिए जो है जैसे सुबह ज़ाब्ता खान शिनवारी साहब ने भी कहा कि डीएनए बार कोडिंग और इस तरह की टेक्निक सब आ गई हैं। हमदर्द भी डीएनए बार कोडिंग पे काम कर चुका है। इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, डॉक्टर आमिर मुझे करेक्ट करेंगे, हमने हमदर्द की तमाम प्रोडक्ट्स की में जो हर्ब्स इस्तेमाल हो रही हैं उनकी डीएनए बार कोडिंग भी कर ली है और उनकी जो है वो क्वालिटेटिव एंड क्वांटिटेटिव एनालिसिस भी कर लिए हैं। एक बुक भी हम बहुत जल्द जो है वो डीएनए बार कोडिंग के हवाले से पब्लिश करने जा रहे हैं। So these are the opportunities. We have again education, legislation, raw material, manufacturing, cost effectiveness, and acceptance. As far as education is concerned, I have told you Hamdard has launches BMS program, 5-year degree program plus 1-year house job. इसी में to facilitate these students, Hamdard has launches the Talim program for scholarship and in 2003 postgraduate programs, MPhil and PhD programs जो है लॉन्च किए जा चुके हैं और वो सक्सेसफुली रन कर रहे हैं। जो इस रिसर्चेस यूनिवर्सिटीज में होती हैं वो एकेडमी इंडस्ट्री लिंकेज डेवलप है इसको प्रमोट करने के लिए। कवानीन जैसे मैंने कहा कि मौजूद हैं। BMS program is approved by National Council for SIP and Higher Education Commission, and MPhil and PhD approved by HEC। क्लिनिकल प्रैक्टिस के लिए NCT और जो मतब्स हैं उनकी अप्रूवल के लिए हेल्थ केयर कमीशन मौजूद है। हर्बल प्रोडक्ट्स जो हैं अप्रूव्ड बाय ड्रैप। रॉ मटेरियल के हवाले से सुबह अच्छी खासी बात हो चुकी है कि हम बहुत अच्छी लैंडस्केप रखते हैं। हमारे पास बहुत सुटेबल लैंड है, सीजन सारे मौजूद हैं, पानी वाफिर मकदार में मौजूद है, वो तमाम मिनरल्स मौजूद हैं जो कि यूनानी मेडिसिन फॉर्मुलेशन में यूज होते हैं। एक्सेप्टेंस से देखी जाए तो वर्ल्ड वाइड ये WHO का डाटा है कि जो है वो हमें मुख्तलिफ ममालिक में जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सेप्टेंस भी नज़र आती है। WHO states that approximately 70 to 80% of population जो है वो ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन को पसंद कर रही होती है और उसके रीजंस वही कॉस्ट इफेक्टिवनेस भी हैं और इजी मेथड्स हैं फॉर्मुलेशन से। Then these are the financial statistics of Unani medicine manufacturing. ये इंडस्ट्री तेजी के साथ ग्रो कर रही है। 2023 में 70.6 बिलियन वो सब मार्केट साइज था और 2030 में it will be projected to 328.7 billion. So some market analysis predict herbal medicine market may exceed $400 to 580 billion globally within the next decade. पाकिस्तान में इस पे बहुत बात हो चुकी है सुबह के। हमारे पास जो है 6000 मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स मौजूद हैं और उसमें से हम सिर्फ 50 मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स जो है वो एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं और उसमें जो मेजर कंट्रीज हैं वो हमारे नेबरिंग कंट्रीज में हैं। जो इम्पोर्ट का फिगर है वो भी टोटल इम्पोर्ट वैल्यू ऑफ मेडिसिनल एंड परफ्यूमरी प्लांट्स $11.49 मिलियन है और हम अभी तक सिर्फ रॉ मटेरियल ही इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात की जाए तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टेप्स में जो है वो सबसे पहले ड्रैप अप्रूवल इज रिक्वायर्ड, देन रॉ मटेरियल प्रोक्योरमेंट, ऑथेंटिकेशन एंड स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन प्रोसेसेस, QC टेस्टिंग, प्रोडक्शन, quality assurance and quality control, packaging, distribution, marketing, sales, and then post-marketing surveillance are included. Then I would like to discuss role of Hamdard Pakistan in integrating Unani medicine into modern healthcare system. Education के हवाले से बात हो चुकी है कि BMS, MPhil, PhD programs मौजूद हैं। प्रैक्टिस की बात की जाए तो शिफा उल मुल्क मेमोरियल हॉस्पिटल पाकिस्तान का पहला यूनानी मेडिसिन हॉस्पिटल है और इसके साथ हमदर्द मतब्स की भी एक चेन मौजूद है। रिसर्च की बात करें तो शिफा उल मुल्क पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट रिसर्च लैब एंड यूनानी मेडिसिन रिसर्च लेबोरेटरी, इसके अलावा हमदर्द का R&D सिस्टम मौजूद है। रॉ मटेरियल के लिए प्लांट DNA आइडेंटिफिकेशन बाय PCR मौजूद किया जा चुका है और हम क्वांटिफिकेशन की तरफ जा रहे हैं और इसके साथ ही एग्री लिंक प्रोजेक्ट हमदर्द का एक यूनिक प्रोजेक्ट है जो कि हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए हमदर्द फार्माकोपिया एंड न्यू प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट जो है वो हो रही है। एग्रीलिंक प्रोजेक्ट को थोड़ा सा डिस्क्राइब करूंगी कि this is a project that is designed to establish the direct partnership between farmers and hunters to secure a consistent supply of genuine high quality medicine herbs. तो ये उसका एग्रीमेंट है और हमने कुछ डिफरेंट एरियाज में डिफरेंट प्रोविंसेस में जो है वो डिफरेंट हर्ब्स को फार्मर्स के थ्रू ग्रो करवाया। ये उसके स्टेटिस्टिक्स हैं कि और इसमें हम देख सकते हैं कि जैसे तस्मे काफी बीते काफी हैं वो हमने पेशावर में भी एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी पेशावर में भी ग्रो करवाया। इसके अलावा मर्दान में भी मेमनकोट में भी कराची में ग्रो हो रहा है। तो उसकी यील्ड में भी हमें डिफरेंसेस मिले हैं, उनको भी हम इवेल्युएट कर रहे हैं। और ये हमारे पास सबसे थैंक यू सर। इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज इसमें यह है कि हमारे पास रॉ मटेरियल में एडल्ट्रेशन नहीं होती और क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट हमें मिल जाती है। तो दिस इज द परचेज रेट ऑफ हर्ब। Then Hamdard, as I told you, Hamdard has its own pharmacopoeia for its formulation. These are the new products to be marketed by Hamdard. इनमें जो सबसे important product है वो Aeroshell है, tablet and syrup दोनों forms में मौजूद है। इसका dossier हम submit करने जा रहे हैं। ये एक unique product है iron overload के लिए for transfusion dependent patients. इसके अलावा बुखारीन जो seasonal cold and flu के लिए है, एस्मीन है रेस्पिरेटरी डिसऑर्डर्स के लिए, जॉइंटेक्स फॉर आर्थ्रेल्जिया और कुछ जरियान जदीद एंड स्पर्म एक्स फॉर मेल हेल्थ एंड हर्बेल बवासीर खास। So what are the recommendations for healthcare integration? First of all, government support is required. Then research institutes, educational reforms, public awareness programs, and international collaborations. These all इन तमाम चीज़ों पे बहुत बात हो चुकी है, तो मैं इसकी डिटेल्स में नहीं जाऊंगी, लेकिन ये वो सारी चीज़ें हैं कि जिन पे अगर हम यूनानी मेडिसिन के हवाले से भी काम करें तो हम एक अच्छा इंटीग्रेटिव सिस्टम डेवलप कर सकते हैं। दिस इज एक मॉडल है हमारे पास ग्लोबली एग्जाम्पल्स मौजूद हैं। कंट्रीज लाइक चाइना, इंडिया एंड साउथ कोरिया हैव स्ट्रेंथेंड देयर ट्रेडिशनल सिस्टम ऑफ मेडिसिन। वहाँ गवर्नमेंट की सपोर्ट भी है, इंस्टीट्यूशनल रोल भी मौजूद है और जो है वहाँ इंटीग्रेटिव सिस्टम सक्सेसफुली रन कर रहे हैं। So at last, Unani medicine possesses a rich heritage of holistic healthcare system for prevention of disease and lifestyle-based management that remain highly relevant in bodies in today's healthcare environment. हम अगर इन challenges और opportunities को देखते हुए एक system develop करें और उसमें यूनानी मेडिसिन, क्योंकि जो मॉडर्न हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम है वो बहुत डेवलप्ड है, अगर इंटीग्रेशन चाहते हैं तो हमें दोनों सिस्टम्स को बराबरी की सतह पे पहले लाना होगा एंड देन फिर हम उसे इंटीग्रेट कर सकेंगे। इससे पहले एक मिसकंसेप्शन था कि जी जो फार्मासिस्ट हैं वो हर्बल मेडिसिन प्रिस्क्राइब कर सकते हैं। तो हमें जो फार्मासिस्ट हैं वो उस तरह से उनकी तालीम ही नहीं है कि वो यूनानी मेडिसिन या हर्बल मेडिसिन प्रिस्क्राइब कर सकें। उन्हें ना उस मेडिसिन का टेम्परामेंट मालूम होगा और ना ही वो मरीज का मिजाज जान सकते हैं। तो इसको हमें प्रमोट करने के लिए ज़रूरी है कि हम यूनानी मेडिसिन की फार्मेसी का डिप्लोमा प्रोग्राम लॉन्च करें और उसी को अपग्रेड करें। तो हम अगर उस तरह से अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को पहले अपग्रेड करेंगे और फिर प्रैक्टिस की तरफ आएंगे तो फिर हम एक बेस्ट इंटीग्रेटेड सिस्टम प्रोड्यूस कर सकेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you very much, Dr. Tabiba. We now invite Dr. Mohammad Sajjad, GM Regulatory Affairs and Corporate Quality Assurance, Karshi Industries. Mr. Sajjad brings extensive experience in quality systems and regulatory compliance within the herbal medicine sector. Welcome you on stage, sir.
Allah's name begins with the most beneficent, the most merciful. Distinguished guests and industry peers, ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute honor for me to be here in this conference today, which has been well organized by Drug Regulatory Authority of Pakistan in collaboration with comstech. A wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much, sir. The topic of my presentation comprises of two components. The first component is regarding the overview of Karshi organization, while the second component is regarding quality assurance of herbal manufacturing processes and products. Karshi organization overview. Under the umbrella of Karshi organization, there are different legal entities. For example, Karshi Industries Private Limited, Karshi Research International Private Limited, Karshi Brands, then Karshi Foundation, Karshi University, and Karshi Institute of Health Sciences. This is the team of Karshi organization led by Chairman Karshi organization. The picture is a bit old. The ultimate purpose of Karshi organization is Allah Ta'ala ki raza and Rasul Akram sallallahu alaihi wa sallam ki khushnudi. Karshi mission, it is Pakistan ki tarakki, Ummah ki sarbulandi और इंसानियत की भलाई. These are the key success drivers of Karshi organization: Karshi mission, Karshi values, Karshi culture, and Karshi vision. These are very unique in nature. This is Karshi Industries Private Limited, Hatar, which is located in a lush green area. This is the aerial view of the factory, and we call it factory in the garden. Basically, Karshi Industries started off its business way back in 1968 from a cottage industry, and later on it grew and evolved to a modern state-of-the-art quality control and manufacturing facility of the day, and that is worth seeing. As far as the production facilities are concerned, we have Jame Shirin Division, Jame Johar Joshanda Natural Medicine Division, Sprinkler Natural Mineral Water Division, Palm Products, and ready-to-drink products, which are carbonated soft drinks. A few pictures of a manufacturing facility. This is automatic filling line of psyllium husk, syrup line, tablet line, blister filling, etc. We have a pride for Karshi. Basically, Karshi Johar Joshanda was declared best of the Asia way back in 2005. And it was published in Time magazine of America. Right now, we have 383 products and listed with DRAP. And there are other products which we have registered in different countries like Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Kenya, UAE, South Africa, and Oman. Then we export to different countries like Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Canada, USA, Malaysia, Australia, and Afghanistan. Karshi has almost 14 different certifications and accreditations. The certifications include ISO 9001, 14001, HACCP, which is Hazard Analysis and Critical Control Point. Then we have FSSC 22000, which is a Food Safety System certification. Then we have Halal Standard on Pakistan, PS 3733, GSO 2055, and MS Malaysian Standard, MS 1500. Then we have Green Office certification. We have lab accreditation on 3 different standards from Pakistan National Accreditation Council, as well as Turkak, which is Turkish Accreditation Council. 17025 is the standard for testing laboratories and calibration laboratories, while 17043 is the standard for proficiency testing. 17020 is the standard for inspection services. Then we have organic certification, and we have PCP, Philanthropic Center of Pakistan certification for welfare organization. Karshi Research International. This is we have a state-of-the-art modern testing quality control facility, which is called Karshi Research International. In Karshi Research International, we have modern equipment like ICP, MS, inductively coupled plasma, MS, GCMS, HPLC, UHL, high performance liquid chromatography, ultra high performance liquid chromatography. Then we have lyophilizers and so many other equipments. I will show a picture, some of the pictures in coming slide. Under the umbrella of Kashi Research International, we have different laboratories: chemical testing laboratory, microbiology laboratory, calibration laboratory, physical testing laboratory, proficiency testing laboratory, and biotechnology laboratory. This is a list of key customers of Kashi Research International. We are providing services not only to Kashi industries from the platform of Kashi Research International, but also providing services to external customers in the sector of food, in the sector of pharma, in the sector of environmental testing. These are few equipments: atomic absorption spectrophotometer, which we use for elemental analysis; GCMS for fatty acid profile, pesticides. We have high performance liquid chromatography. We have RT-PCR, the reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction. This is a thermocycler. We use it for DNA barcoding and isolation of microorganisms, mostly Salmonella, Listeria, Campylobacter, E. coli, etc. Then we have inductively coupled plasma mass spectroscopy, which is a gold standard for identifying, quantifying trace minerals and impurities like heavy metals. Dual block calibrator used for the calibration of the equipments. Right now we have a capability of performing 745 tests in the Kashi Research International, and out of 745, 172 tests are accredited by PINAC. In the field of calibration, we offer services in volume metrology, temperature metrology, mass metrology, pressure metrology, and chemical metrology. Then Kashi Botanical Garden, the part of Kashi Herb Research Center. We have a plant tissue culture laboratory. Then we have a facility for DNA barcoding and fingerprinting. This is the process of DNA barcoding. Start from the DNA extraction, amplification, then gel electrophoresis, and then DNA sequencing and analysis. Then we submit in the NCBI data. Kashi family publications. As of now, there are around 50 books which have been published by Kashi family, starting from Mr. Hassan Kashi, who was father of Chairman Kashi organization. And recently, Dr. Misbah Iqbal Kashi, who is the wife of the Chairman Kashi organization, she has published a book under the title of Principles of Natural Medicines. And we have Kashi Foundation. Under the Kashi Foundation, the vision is educated, healthy, and happier Pakistan. And we take care of education sector, health, heritage conservation, employment, and environment. The source of funding is Kashi commercial business, Kashi family, and Kashi Foundation itself. And Kashi, Chairman Kashi organization has a vision for 2120, the 100-year vision in the sector of residential commercial town, industrial town, technology park, education town. The work has already been started in different regions of Pakistan, center, north, and south. Coming to the presentation on quality assurance in herbal manufacturing. First of all, the definition of quality assurance. There are so many definitions, but I have taken the definition what Trapp has described. Quality assurance means the sum of organized arrangements made with the objective of ensuring that alternative medicines and health products are of quality required for their intended use and are manufactured by adopting good manufacturing practices. There are certain prerequisites for quality assurance, like GMP compliance from raw material to finished product and dispatch. Production operations are specified, responsibilities are defined, use of correct starting and packaging material, effective line clearance checks, intermediates and in-process controls and validations. Batches are right first inspection of finished product. Batches are right first time. authorized release of the product as per market authorization, proper storage and transport of finished products, self-inspection and quality audits throughout the process. Quality assurance is process-focused, preventive approach, system-driven, and it depends on the phenomena of continuous improvement. What is the difference between QA and QC? QA basically is process-oriented, preventive approach, system-based, while QC is product-oriented, reactive approach, testing-based. Certain basic objectives of quality assurance include to ensure product safety, efficacy, quality, and consistency, regulatory compliances, consumer satisfaction, brand reputation, and market acceptance. Basic roles of quality assurance team include audits and inspections, implementation of standard operating procedures and systems, training and compliance monitoring, risk assessment and risk mitigation, then validations, change control, batch release, complaints handling, and consumer feedback and satisfaction. There are certain challenges in the herbal manufacturing. For example, variability in the herbal materials. It is because of genetics and chemotypes, environmental factors, harvesting and post-harvesting handling. Then adulteration and contamination risks, batch-to-batch inconsistency, analytical hurdles, export barriers, regulatory compliance roadblocks, for example, specifications and stability studies. How to mitigate these challenges? These challenges can be mitigated by adopting certain approaches, scientific approaches, for example, herbal standardization, chemical fingerprinting, DNA barcoding, good agricultural and collection practices, strict GMP compliance and quality assurance programs, use of modern analytical techniques. Good manufacturing practices include some of the basic elements. For example, quality management system, personnel and training, documentation and record keeping, production and process controls, then sanitation and hygiene, validations and qualifications, complaints and recall system, self-inspections and audit, etc. The difference between verification and validation. Verification is a process used to demonstrate that a product, procedure, or a process meets specified requirements. For example, checking a raw material against certificate of analysis is a verification process, while validation is a process to confirm that process, procedure, or equipment is consistently producing the results as per the predefined acceptance criteria. For example, validation of the cleaning procedures and validation of the testing methods. Types of validations. There are basically three types of validation: process validation, cleaning validation, and analytical method validation. Process validation is done either before commercial production, during commercial production, or anytime, either based on some change or periodically just to get the data. Then cleaning validation is to ensure cleaning procedures are effectively performed. There is no chemical, microbiological, or physical residue after the cleaning on the equipment or utensils, whatever we are using in the manufacturing facility. Then analytical methods, normally these are deployed in the testing laboratories for the sake of ensuring accuracy, reliability, and reproducibility of the testing result. Quality assurance of the raw material. First of all, supplier approval and periodic supplier assessment. This is very important. Then good agricultural and correction practices, safe handling of herbal materials, transportation, processing, segregation, grinding, drying, etc., and good storage practices, for example, temperature, humidity, stacking, pest control. Then herbal identification, macroscopic as well as microscopic, DNA barcoding for definitive species authentication, and testing of the herbal lots for contaminants, heavy metals, pesticides, etc. Then ensuring the quality of non-herbal material as well, which we normally call excipients. Quality assure after the raw material, then quality assurance of the in-process. It's very important, monitoring key parameters and implementation of standard operating procedures in the processing area and batch-to-batch consistency checks. Then comes quality assurance of finished product. And the finished product, we assure the quality through different parameters, which are physicochemical, microbiological, toxin stability, and then packaging integrity. Physicochemical parameters include a few of them: moisture, ash value, then tablet hardness, dissolution, etc. pH value, heavy metal. Key microbial tests include total bacterial count, total yeast and mold count, pathogen testing, for example, Escherichia coli, Salmonella, then fecal coliform, Staph aureus, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Clostridium perfringens. Toxin testing is very important. Beyond the microorganism testing, we have to test certain microbiological toxins as well. Toxins are produced by bacteria and fungi, but normally herbal materials are affected by the fungal toxin. And amongst the fungal toxin, aflatoxin is on the top, which is most notorious, which is produced by Aspergillus flavus and Aspergillus parasiticus fungus. It has different types, B1, B2, G1, G2. Normally, total aflatoxin is tested. Then ochratoxin, which is also produced by a fungus called Aspergillus ochraceus, Aspergillus niger, and Penicillium verrucosum. Trichothecene and fumonsins, these are least important toxins in herbal manufacturing, and these are produced by fungal species like Fusarium. Stability studies, very important. These are to establish shelf life of the products under defined conditions. Determine appropriate storage conditions to maintain quality and ensure safety, efficacy, and compliance during the product life cycle. This is the objective of conducting stability studies. And as per ICH guidelines, there are different types of stability studies. For example, accelerated stability study conditions are mentioned in front of this. The intermediate stability study, long-term stability study, photo stability study, ongoing or on-market stability study. The key stability parameters, again, just like other tests in physical, chemical, microbiological. Packaging integrity is very important. For ensuring packaging integrity, certain tests are performed. For example, leak detection or container closure integrity test, burst strength, compression test, and other visual defects which are determined through visual inspection. In Karshi Research International, we have a very modern equipment which is called Universal Testing Machine. This is the picture of UTM. It is used for checking the strength of different packaging materials, and different parameters can be performed on this machine. For example, edge crush test, box compression test, top load column crush for the bottles, seal strength, tensile strength, puncture resistance, flip top cap opening, etc. Herbal standardization is very important. Everybody has talked about herbal standardization, the process to ensure consistent amount of active ingredients are present in the final product. There's different types, phytochemical fingerprinting or chemical fingerprinting. Standardization parameters, again, like other testing parameters, identity testing, physical parameters, chemical standardization based on marker compounds and active constituents, biological activity, and contamination control. Documentation, identification and traceability of the documentation is very important. We have different kind of documentation and records in the industry. For example, BMR, batch manufacturing record, batch packing record, change control and deviation record. Archival and control through electronic document control system is a modern technique. Nowadays, people are using software. Karshi is using a software which we have bought from Norway, and it's called EDCS Landex, Electronic Control Document System. Then annual product quality reviews. Continuous improvement is key to success, and continuous improvement can be achieved through internal audits, external audits, corrective and preventive actions, feedback, and complaint handling system. Nowadays, everything is going risk-based. So risk assessment is very important. It's part of the quality assurance programs. Different techniques are used for the risk assessment. Risk assessment process, basically what is risk? Risk is the product of likelihood and severity of a problem. So risk assessment analysis, it starts from identification of the risk, then classification of the risk, then is evaluation of the risk, quantification of the risk, and measurement of the risk. Risk assessment metrics is used to calculate the risk based on severity, likelihood, and nowadays even detection is also included. in calculating the risk. The risks are calculated, either these are low risk, medium risk, or high risk, or in between. This is 5x5 matrix. People normally use 5x5 matrix, but 3x3 matrix is also used. Risk assessment tools. There are certain tools for the data acquisition, then data analysis, and tool for the risk management. For data acquisition, commonly check sheets, histograms, control charts, etc. are used. Tools for data analysis, Ishikawa fishbone or herringbone diagram is very common. Then flow chart, scatter diagram. And as far as the tools for risk management is concerned, one of the famous tool is failure mode effect analysis. Example of the histogram. Fishbone diagram. Fishbone diagram basically we can use it for the root cause investigation or risk assessment, and it is based on certain criteria which are associated either with the manpower, with the machine, with the method, with the material, either with the mother nature, that is called environment, then measurement. So these are 6 M's which basically are part of this fishbone diagram. And if we start investigating or identifying the risk based on these, we can certainly reach some root cause or certain risk. Failure mode effect analysis. Basic step: identify the failure mode, define risk priority number, then define and implement the corrective action, and continuous monitoring and update. Risk priority number is calculated by multiplying severity, occurrence, and detection, and you can get a number. And these numbers can be used to determine the category of the risk. So risk categorization can be done based on the risk priority number. We have a maximum number is 1,000. If severity, occurrence, and detection all are 10, 10, 10, the maximum range it becomes 1,000. So it start, people are using like this example is given, negligible risk is from 5 to 49, then 50 to 124 is acceptable, then permissible 125 to 174, unacceptable 175 to 224, and intolerable 225 and higher. This is one approach to calculate the risk numbers. Conclusion: quality assurance is critical for ensuring safe and effective herbal products. Strong QA system enhances the global market acceptance. Continuous improvement is essential for sustainability. Thank you very much.
One question from
Thank you very much. Now the forum is open for question answer session. Any questions, please? वो mic है.
question. Mike, then, doctor से करा दें. किससे करा दें? तो बताइए.
I would like to invite all speakers on the stage for question answer session, please. Buzdar Sahab. इंसान सामने ही कह रही हम लोगों को सवाल कर सकते हैं सामने
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallahil azim. Firstly, I take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Saab, Rahman Saab, and of course the speakers. Although all the speeches were excellent, but being a researcher, I have few questions. Do I have the permission, Dr. Saab, to get on with?
आप इतने सीनियर हैं, मैं कुछ बोल सकता हूँ. आप प्लीज.
पहले आप बोलना चाहेंगे या
आप क्वेश्चन करें.
जी, क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है कि अभी तक जो एम्फेसिस दिया गया है by all the speakers is on the clinical trials, but there are steps prior to clinical trials, and that is preclinical studies, because you got to understand when you're talking about the efficacy, and just the recent speaker talked about the efficiency of a product. by testing it at the different levels. My question is that how can you emphasize on the clinical trials without having the information about its efficacy using the animal or in vitro or in vivo systems? That's the question which is bothering me.
थैंक यू वेरी मच मैडम। मैं तो मैडम का स्टूडेंट ही हूँ, तो इसलिए जो है ना मैडम, वो प्री क्लिनिकल डेटा के बगैर तो क्लिनिकल ट्रायल अप्रूव भी नहीं हो सकता। फेज 1 में जाएगा ही तब जब हमारे पास प्री क्लिनिकल का डेटा होगा और एफिकेसी जो है वो मैकेनिस्टिक लेवल तक जो है ना वो निकल चुकी होगी। और दो चीजें जिसके ऊपर हम एम्फेसिस कर रहे हैं, ये मॉडर्नाइजेशन और इक्विपमेंट की इंक्लूजन, नई टेक्नोलॉजी की जो इंक्लूजन है इस सिस्टम के अंदर, वो इसलिए भी जरूरी है कि जब हम क्वालिटी बाय डिजाइन हम क्वालिटी मॉनिटर करते हैं बायो एक्टिविटी गाइडेड। तो बायो एक्टिविटी गाइडेड जब तक हम एक उसको जो भी फैमिली ऑफ कंपाउंड है, एक है प्यूरिफाइड सब्सटेंस की साइंस है और वो मॉडर्न मेडिसिन में इंडिविजुअल कंपोनेंट की तरफ चली जाती है। एक मल्टी कंपोनेंट की साइंस है जिसमें हम बायो एक्टिविटी गाइडेड आइसोलेशन करके, सेपरेशन जिसको कहेंगे, आइसोलेशन नहीं कहेंगे, बायो एक्टिविटी गाइडेड सेपरेशन करके तो वो एनिमल मॉडल में प्री क्लिनिकल डेटा जनरेट करेंगे। तो उसको जो ट्रेडिशनल सिस्टम ऑफ मेडिसिन के एक्सट्रैक्शन है कि ऐसे प्रिपेयर करें, इसको बॉयल करें, इसको इस तरह करें कि उसके साथ इक्वलेंसी करने के बाद उसको प्री क्लिनिकल के बाद फिर मटेरियल जो होता है वो तैयार होता है उस लेवल का कि वो हमारे पास प्री क्लिनिकल स्टडी को प्यूरिफाई करके फिर हम उसी लेवल का मटेरियल क्लिनिकल स्टडीज के लिए ड्रैप को जमा करवाएंगे। तो वो रेगुलेटरी प्रोसेस के अंदर वो
दैट इज अंडरस्टैंडेबल। अच्छा, अब कृषि वालों की तरफ से ये बात की गई थी कि हर लेवल पे, यानी कि बिफोर द प्रोसेसिंग, ड्यूरिंग द प्रोसेसिंग आप उसकी टेस्टिंग करते हैं, बट योर टेस्टिंग इज मोर फोकस्ड अगेन, आई एम कमिंग बैक टू द सेम क्वेश्चन, focusing back again to the standardization, कि इसमें ये चीज सही है या ये चीज है। Do you also conduct the whatever the claim you are claiming कि भाई इसमें एंटी एस्मेटिक एक्टिविटी है, तो उसको भी चेक किया जाता है?
वो प्रॉपरली जो क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स हैं उस तरह से तो
नहीं डॉक्टर साहब, मैं क्लिनिकल ट्रायल से बात नहीं कर रही, मैं आपकी प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट की बात कर रही हूँ, जो कि आप बताते हैं कि हम लोग उसको हर डिफरेंट स्टेप्स पे चेक भी करते हैं, यानी कि रॉ मटेरियल को चेक करते हैं, फिर उसके बाद जो भी आपका जो प्रोडक्ट है एनपी चेक करते हैं कि उसकी स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन है, कहीं आपने लूज तो नहीं कर दी कोई चीज। तो मेन चीज, द क्रक्स ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम इज इट्स एफिकेसी। तो मैं ये इस पे स्ट्रेस करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर साहब कि आप ड्रैब वालों को ये भी कहें कि भी एफिकेसी भी चेक करने के लिए अगर कोई मुश्किलात हैं तो उसके लिए कंसोलिडेशन हो, उसके लिए कोई कोलैबोरेशंस करें, कोई एक कंसोर्शियम बनाए जिसमें के वो जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं पाकिस्तान में उनका एक आप डायरेक्टरी बनाए और उनके जरिए उनको असाइनमेंट्स करें। So that would be a very good collective effort to get into the evidence.
एक मिनट, आई थिंक इसका जवाब दे बेहतर तौर पे मजदूर गुजार साहब।
मैं आंसर करूं? मैं
माइक ऑन कर। हाँ
मैडम, मेरा ख्याल है आप दो चीजों को मिक्स कर रही हैं। एलोपैथिक को और हर्बल को पहले कंसेप्ट को क्लियर करें। दीज आर टू डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट मैटर। हर्बल के लिए दुनिया में भी सब क्या होता है और हम क्या करें, हमें इसी पढ़ाई के ऊपर अपने आप को जज करना है। अगर हम ये करें, दुनिया इस वक्त जो फार्माकोपिया, दुनिया की जो नॉन फार्माकोपिया के अंदर जो आप चीजें बता रही हैं, जो बुक्स के अंदर, लिटरेचर के अंदर उनकी इंडिकेशन आइडेंटिफाइड है, उनको री आइडेंटिफाई करने की जरूरत नहीं होती। जो इन्होंने प्रोसेस में बताया एक्सप्लोरेशन में क्या करते हैं, वर्ड और यही होता है कि आप बेसिकली इसमें होते हैं बायोमार्कर्स, इसमें एनालिटिकल बायोमार्कर्स होते हैं और थेरेप्यूटिक बायोमार्कर्स होते हैं, जो प्राइमरली इस किसी भी हर्बल प्रोडक्ट को स्टैंडर्डाइज करने के लिए लाजमी होते हैं। और किसी भी कंपनी को अपनी प्रोडक्ट को वैल्यू करने के लिए उनकी टेस्टिंग साथ में जिस तरह इन्होंने फरमाया कि जो अडल्ट्रेंट्स का इस सबसे जो हर्बल में जो सबसे ज्यादा जो इम्पैक्ट आता है वो अडल्ट्रेंट्स का आता है, और इसमें अडल्ट्रेंट्स ज्यादा हैं एज कम्पेयर टू फार्मास्यूटिकल। इसीलिए इनके ऊपर अफ्लाटॉक्सिन से लेकर हैवी मेटल से लेकर पेस्टिसाइड से लेकर और इनके जो इन्वेसिव ग्रासेस हैं उनकी अल्टरेशन सबको टेस्ट किया जाता है कि उनमें से कोई उनके इंग्रेडिएंट तो शामिल नहीं है। तो ये होते हैं क्वालिटी पैरामीटर। उनको रूल आउट करने के बाद उनको सिर्फ बायोमार्कर्स देखना होते हैं। अगर उनको कहें कि जी उसी प्रोडक्ट को दोबारा किसी स्टडीज करके देखा जाए कि वो इम्पेक्ट शो करते हैं कि नहीं करते, वर्ल्ड ओवर इस प्रैक्टिस को ना इनकरेज किया जाता है और ना प्रैक्टिस होती है, क्योंकि वो हर्ब्स ये न्यू हर्ब को इन्वेंट नहीं कर रहे। इनके प्रोसेस में या इस वक्त भी पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो हर्ब्स प्रोसेस हो रही हैं वो हर्ब्स हैं जो दे आर नोन इन लिटरेचर वर्ल्ड ओवर। हम उनको नई चीज इन्वेंट नहीं कर रहे। जब हम कोई नया मॉलिक्यूल या नई रिसर्च करें और आइडेंटिफाई करें कोई आइसोलेट ह्यूमन जो दुनिया में अभी तक इन्वेंट नहीं हुआ, नहीं आ सका, तो देन जिस तरह आपने फरमाया प्री क्लिनिकल स्टडीज से लेकर क्लिनिकल स्टडीज और उनकी जो फार्माकोलॉजिकल एक्टिविटी जिसको कहा जाता है वो असेस तब की जाती है जब वी क्लेम एज ए न्यू मॉलिक्यूल एंड न्यू प्रोडक्ट। अगर हम उसको न्यू प्रोडक्ट और न्यू मॉलिक्यूल क्लेम नहीं कर रहे तो हम दुनिया की प्रैक्टिस से डेविएट नहीं कर सकते, हम दुनिया के साथ चलना है। और आज की जो सिटिंग का वन ऑफ द रीजन भी ये है कि दुनिया क्या कर रही है और हमने उनके साथ कैसे चलना है। अगर दुनिया के साथ हम अपनी हमागी पैदा करेंगे तो हम अपने प्रोडक्ट को दुनिया के मार्केट तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। और वही हम इस वक्त जो आज इकट्ठे होने की वजह है, जो हम जिसकी वजह से इकट्ठे हुए हैं, वो पर्पस भी यही है कि हम अपनी चीजों को जो ऑलरेडी नोन टू द वर्ल्ड है हम बना भी रहे हैं, कर भी रहे हैं, थाउजेंड ऑफ ईयर्स से इस्तेमाल भी हो रही हैं, लेकिन उनको एक स्टैंडर्ड दे के हम दुनिया तक पहुंचाएं।
थैंक यू सर। लास्ट क्वेश्चन।
थैंक यू वेरी मच, बहुत शुक्रिया।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन बिकॉज हमने 45 पे खत्म करना है।
राइट सर, आई विल जस्ट टेक 30
मिनट।
मिनट, जस्ट टेक 30 सेकंड्स। गुरदास साहब ने बहुत अच्छा एक्सप्लेन किया है जी। मैं थोड़ा सा एक्सटेंड कर दूं कि जितनी भी इंटरनेशनली जो हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं या यूएसए में या यूके में या कंट्री में रजिस्ट्रेशन जब करते हैं तो वो ट्रेडिशनली यूजेज एक्सेप्टेंस का वर्ड लिख के हमसे एक एग्रीमेंट साइन करवाते हैं कि किस फार्माकोपिया में किस ट्रेडिशन यूजेज डॉक्यूमेंटेड है, वो साथ लगती है तो उस मुल्क का एनडीसी जारी होता है। हम इसमें कोई नई क्लिनिकल ट्रायल स्टडी, कोई डॉक्यूमेंट, कोई ऐसा एविडेंस अभी तक कोई सामने नहीं आया किसी जगह से। थैंक यू
जी। लास्ट क्वेश्चन था, बस इसको मुख्तसर से
इसी तरह सर
क्लोज करते हैं।
जब हम ड्राइव में भी जाते हैं ना तो वो भी हमसे के मोनोग्राफ हम जमा करवाते हैं,
हेलो
ऑथेंटिक मोनोग्राफ।
जी लास्ट क्वेश्चन।
मेरा क्वेश्चन मैम तबीबा साहबा से और सर से है कि जो एक्सट्रैक्शन का जो प्रोसेस है आप लोगों के हर्बल मेडिसिन के लिए जो एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हैं उस प्रोसेस को थोड़ा सा एलैबोरेट करें कि वो एक्सट्रैक्शन कैसे आप लोग कर रहे हैं, किसी स्पेसिफिक मॉलिक्यूल का, किसी अल्कलाइड का, किसी चीज का, वो थोड़ा सा बताएं प्लीज।
बेसिकली एक खुशखबरी की बात यह है कि हमारे मुल्क के अंदर ना फ्लोरा ऐसा मौजूद है, हमारे पास वो चीजें मौजूद हैं जो हमें इंपोर्ट नहीं करनी पड़ती। हमारे पास मैं उसी पे आ रहा हूँ सर, मैं पहले तमीज बांध रहा हूँ फिर आपको। हमारे पास जितनी भी हर्ब्स हैं मोस्टली उनका जो सॉल्वेंट है दैट इज वाटर एंड अल्कोहल मेजर विद कॉम्बिनेशन। उसके रेशियो डेवलप कर सकते हैं 40-60 की, 30-70 की। दोनों पाकिस्तान में अल्लाह ताला ने वाफर मिकदार में दी हुई, ये दोनों आप इम्पोर्ट नहीं कर सकते। तीसरी अल्लाह ने आपके ज़मीन के ऊपर खुद उगा दिए। सिर्फ हमने करना क्या है, उसी मेडिसिन हर्ब को हमने पिक करना है, सिलेक्ट करना है और हम इन्हीं सॉल्वेंट्स को यूज करके एक्सट्रैक्ट करना है। और एक्सट्रैक्ट करने के साथ जो आप स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, ये फार्माकोपिया के अंदर उनके बायोमार्कर्स दिए होते हैं। आप उनको स्टैंडर्ड परचेज करें, यूएसपी के भी मौजूद हैं, यूरोपियन के भी मौजूद हैं। उनके साथ आप उसकी कंपैरिजन कर दें कि आपके जो एक्सट्रैक्ट्स हैं उनके कंपैरिजन में कहाँ पे रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। अगर आपकी उनके साथ हमांगी के साथ है तो दे आर एक्सेप्टेबल और वो ही यूज कर सकते हैं और दुनिया भी इस चीज को मानती है।
मैं कुछ ऐड करना चाहूंगी। सर ने बहुत अच्छा एक्सप्लेन किया। आपका सवाल बेसिकली आइसोलेशन की तरफ है। तो यूनानी मेडिसिन की जो अप्रोच है वो हॉलिस्टिक अप्रोच है, कि हम जो एक्सट्रैक्ट निकालते हैं उसमें हम कोई भी इंग्रेडिएंट जो है, कोई भी केमिकल कंपाउंड या जो सेकेंडरी मेटाबोलाइट्स हैं, हम वो एक्सट्रैक्ट करके फिर उससे मेडिसिन नहीं बनाते। हम जो भी एक्सट्रैक्ट होता है कंप्लीट एक्सट्रैक्ट बेस्ड मेडिसिन बना रहे होते हैं। तो होल इंग्रेडिएंट बिल्कुल, वो कोई भी प्लांट पार्ट है, पूरा प्लांट है, हम उसको पूरे प्लांट पार्ट का एक्सट्रैक्ट यूज करते हैं। हम उसमें से मजीद आइसोलेशन नहीं करते।
डिकॉक्शन बनता है,
जी,
डिस्टिलेशन
बिल्कुल।
होती है।
लेट मी आंसर। जो सर का सवाल है वो बेसिकली आइसोलेट के ऊपर है। जिस तरह जो सिलीमेरिन है, जिस तरह सॉरी, अनफॉर्चुनेट, ये कंसेप्शन गलत है। लेट मी आंसर सर, लेट मी आंसर सर। मैं उसी पे आ रहा हूँ सर। सिलीमेरिन सर देखिए,
बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली एग्जैक्टली।
तो सर मैं अर्ज कर रहा हूँ, इसमें सर दो चीजों को आप मिक्स ना करें। आइसोलेट और मिक्स जो एक्सट्रैक्ट है, दीज आर टू डिफरेंट थिंग्स। एक्सट्रैक्ट के अंदर आपका जो होल, आपको उनके जो मॉलिक्यूल्स होते हैं वो बायोमार्कर्स के साथ कंबाइंड होते हैं। जब आइसोलेट की बात करते हैं, जिस तरह मिल्क क्रिस्टल है, इस्लामाबाद में आपको काफी मिलेगा, अगर उनमें अगर आप सिलिमरिन आइसोलेट करते हैं, देन यू हैव टू सिंगल आउट दैट सिलिमरिन ओनली। वो आइसोलेट है, दैट इज नॉट एक्सट्रैक्ट। इसीलिए आइसोलेट और एक्सट्रैक्ट को भी समझने की जरूरत है कि एक्सट्रैक्ट क्या है और आइसोलेट क्या है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। हमारा टाइम पूरा हो गया। आज का दिन जो है इसको इधर ही खत्म करते हैं, फिर इंशाल्लाह कल डिस्कशन करेंगे। मैं कल ज्यादा टाइम इंशाल्लाह मिलेगा। आज का पहला दिन का अख्ताम करते हैं और मेरी तमाम लोगों से गुजारिश है कल जरूर तशरीफ लाइएगा। अगर कोई और भी हकीम, कोई फार्मासिस्ट, कोई डॉक्टर तो आना चाहता है तो वो जरूर पार्टिसिपेट करें। एग्जैक्टली 9 बजे हम प्रेजेंटेशन शुरू करते हैं और वो भी अरसलान साहब की प्रेजेंटेशन है, जीएमपी पे है। इंशाल्लाह यू विल बी बेनिफिटेड। थैंक यू वेरी मच। क्योंकि हमारी जो ट्रांसपोर्ट है वो चली जाती है तो